Live Safari page and ask your question below the live feeds.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature. This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to your live safari, the sunset one, where the sun is going to get lower in the sky and eventually bring on nightfall. We have just stopped at Quarantine, a big open clearing, to just admire the views of summer. Summer is slowly drifting away from us, and we will be transitioning into winter very soon. But right now we're going to come to you live from many different locations across South Africa, and who knows what we're going to find. Are you excited? I know I am. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live safari through the African bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. Always a pleasure to have you here at the very beginning of our bumble for today. Now, when I say it's hot, I mean it's extremely uncomfortably hot. So I think we may just say goodbye to these impala and try to seek some shade. I believe there may be some elephants at Gowrie Dam, which is definitely exciting. My name is Lauren. I do have Darby on camera, and we are going to just continue and find some shade somewhere, some relief. Now, I am on Rusty. Wendy, well, she's in hospital. She will hopefully be fixed tomorrow. And we should have the dam cam up and running soon from Djuma. But of course, there's many different locations for you to view today. And of course, when you're viewing, you must remember that it's live, so you must talk to us. You can talk to us in so many different ways. Take your pick. At FC on the YouTube chat, hashtag Wild Earth on Twitter, or head over to the Wild Earth website. You can register and submit your questions there. I lied. It's not just impala. It's a mixed herd. Hello, everybody. I've got some shade. We have some kudu as well. It's been a while since I've seen some kudu. Look at everyone just positioning themselves in the shade. At least the impala are. And of course, quarantine's the perfect place to be right now. It's open. You can see. And I almost forgot about you guys, you kids. Please also send in your comments and your questions. If you have a joke or two, you're welcome to share them with us. It gets rather hot out here. And how do you do that? Well, you email us. And the email address is kidsequestions@wildearth.tv. Isn't quarantine just beautiful? It's so yellow. It's so lush. It's so thick. Maybe we should just take a moment to admire the beautiful scene in front of us. So using this moment to enjoy the shade, but I do want to catch those elephants, so let's bumbo, Davy. I have not seen a single elephant since returning from my leave. And after the elephants, we will head to Chitwa. Apparently there was lots of leopard activity on Chitwa this morning, so hopefully we can follow up and catch up and find out exactly where everybody is. There's 4 different leopards, Tandy, Kuchava, and both of their sons, all on Chitwa. So I'm very, very excited. So as I bumble off towards these elephants, let's go and take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Welcome to and beyond Ngala, where we managed to find the pride of lions again. It is a very, very hot afternoon, and I am in no doubt that this heat has played in our favor. With it being so warm, those lions didn't move too much. But what they actually did from where we had them this morning is they went to the opposite side of the river of where we had them this morning. So they must have crossed to the water, maybe had a drink. And as you can see, they have found themselves a brilliant little patch in the shade there, almost like a little bit of a sandy island. My name is Fred, and behind the camera we've got Owen. And yeah, our plan for this afternoon to start here worked off very well. And we'll spend some time here for a little bit to see what they get up to. But to be honest, I think these lions are going to be resting here for the day. But it's always nice just to start off with some lions, and I was a little bit curious to see where they may have gone. Or not have gone, really. I can still only see the one dominant male on the left. So the other one was close to where these ones are now, but a little bit further to the left and closer to the thicket. So he's probably still close by. I think maybe he's just somewhere in the shade, possibly even around the corner there where we can't see them. But it pretty much looks like it's just the same animals we had this morning, and none of the other members of the pride, which we went looking for earlier this morning, seem to have joined up. But if you ask me, I think these ones have definitely got the better deal. Water and nice cool sand to rest in the heat. Just as we arrived, the lioness second to the right. I take my binoculars. Oh no, there's the lioness on the right. You can see the little head of one of the youngsters busy suckling there. And I'm pretty sure that the other siblings are just in front of the lioness. We probably can't see from this side. But they seem very content with life at the moment. Just definitely see that little one's busy drinking, her ears moving a little bit. Oh, and the old classic lion back roll. It's quite often that we find lions will lie on their backs like this, legs in the air. I think it's just something they find comfortable. Especially when they've eaten a lot. I mean, I don't think these ones have eaten a major meal recently, but their stomachs do look sort of full. Still the same from this morning. But I've particularly seen lions lie on their back like this when they're very full like that. Alright, but yeah, we're going to be spending maybe a few more minutes here, just so we can see if any other animals come up here. In the meantime, we're going to send you off to Phinda.
Hello and welcome to Phinda. We have found some impala and zebra and even a wildebeest on his own. See, it looks like the impala, a few of them are starting to eat, and then a few more of them are in the bush just enjoying the shade. My name is Angus, and I'm going to be showing you the beautiful landscapes and animals of Phinda this afternoon. You can see this one zebra on the left. It's got a rather floppy ear. Looks like it could have had an injury or something quite recently. You can also see it's not in very good shape compared to the one on the right hand side. You see its bones are showing through on its hips. And it's actually very rare to see zebra like that. They're quite difficult to, well, it's very windy this afternoon. It's quite difficult to actually judge their condition because they always look very fat and well fed. Reason being is that they are hindgut fermenters, which means their tummies always seem very full. But this one, you can see it's got a horrible ear, and often zebras that aren't in a good way will start to develop problems on their skin. It's interesting though, because the other ones look perfectly healthy. And impala are some of my favorite animals in the bush. They're very, very abundant throughout southern Africa. And their grouping and social dynamics makes them very successful. They are quite social antelope, and they spend a lot of time grooming each other and helping clean each other, which of course would help them survive out here. You can see that some of them always have their head up. Charles, it's probably an antelope called a Sunni. So Sunnis are confined to the eastern coast of Africa, and I think they spread up into Tanzania around there. I'll have to double check for you. But they're found in forested areas, and here at Phinda we have a very special habitat called the sand forest, which is actually extremely, it's under threat basically, because there's not a lot of it left in protected areas like Phinda, and the Sunni lives in areas like that. It's a tiny little antelope that only stands around 30 centimeters tall at the shoulder. And if any of you are ever lucky enough to visit Phinda, it's probably an animal that you would want to see, because it's one of the most rare animals that you could probably find on safari. And there are other ones like kudu, which are not necessarily a rare antelope, but they are more, or some of the more difficult to find antelope here on the reserve. You can see these groups of herbivores and grazers are very happy to spend time together. They're not threatened by one another. And they'll all actually help each other if a threat like a predator does seem to arrive. One of them would give an alarm call or a snort, and they would all be able to recognize the snort of a different type of species as well as their own. Okay, so we're going to leave this herd of impala and these zebras and this wildebeest, and we're going to go and try and look for some lions that were seen earlier this morning.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird. We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard.
In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere, but one good thing was we found Wild Earth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that
A distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
What are you looking at, man? That's its gangster face. It has the manners of a common variety vagabond. Look at it, chewing with its mouth open like that.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website, but once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
We are still here with these lions in the Timbavati River, and as you can see, they have not moved an inch. I had to double check with my binoculars to make sure that they all are breathing, but indeed they are. And after having a look, I wanted to count all of them, so it seems that the ones in the open, it's 10 lions. So essentially we've got half of the Birmingham Pride here. The newest additions, of course, are the 3 youngsters, and they've officially made it 20. So they here with their mother. Then there's the other lioness with the 2 cubs about a year old, the other 2 lionesses, and then the 1 male. And then if we add the second dominant male, which we can't see, then it would actually be 11. But still an absolutely brilliant sighting. Just to look at them, even when they're sleeping like this, it's always lovely. Okay, so Kieran is asking, how does one identify a dominant male? So it's not a specific time in a lion's life when it'll be termed dominant. When we use it, we just refer to a male lion or a coalition of male lions in an area that have got their own territory and they've got their own pride. And then in that territory and with that pride, they are the dominant males of this area, meaning that essentially they are in charge. Now that role can, they don't keep it for very long. Well, it also depends on certain areas, but if sometime in the future they start getting a bit older and weaker and new lions come in, younger, stronger male lions move into this territory, they will challenge these males at the moment. And then if they succeed, they might chase these males out and then they'll take over the pride. Or, which what often happens, is that the existing current males that are dominant in this area, they actually succeed in keeping other males away because they're still strong and healthy. And so the term dominant male just refers to a male lion at any time of his life when he eventually, him or his brothers, take over a territory and eventually a pride of lions as well. Oh, that's a good question. And it also varies in terms of lions' age. Generally speaking, lions really start becoming at the beginning part of their adulthood around 5 years. Roughly around 7 is when they probably would start moving into their prime, which is also mainly when the mane would be, I wouldn't say fully grown, but probably it'll be a mature mane because some lion manes, grow for the rest of their lives, really. And then some males move into an area at a younger age and they take over pride. And then they might be there for a few years and then move out. Other lions sometimes only move into an area closer to 10 years. It depends on what their capabilities are and how strong they essentially are. On average, in a place like the Greater Kruger National Park, where you've got a high density of lions, there is a lot of pressure from other lions. And so generally speaking, every 2 to 3 years is when male lions will be replaced. Now, of course, that also does vary. I know of places where males have stayed dominant in an area, I think, for close to 5 years. So it really does vary from place to place. It's actually a lovely breeze that has just started to pick up at the moment. Feels like the first proper one we've had this whole afternoon. Okay, so Kritso is asking, how much do lions sleep during the day? Good question. And as we can see that they do that often, but they'll sleep for the majority of the day, easily between 16 to 20 hours of the day. They easily can sleep, spending most of the time being active in the cooler parts of the day. So early morning when it's nice and cool, late afternoon, like around when the sun is starting to set, you can feel the temperature is really, really dropping. And then of course, come nightfall, they own the night. That is when they really start moving around. That is when their hunting is probably at their best because they've got the cover of darkness. And that's the main reason why during the heat of the day they don't have to really waste any energy. They'll use that time to do exactly what these ones are doing now. Go to a shady spot and just rest and sleep, and then use that energy in the cooler parts of the day, which is actually a very clever thing to do, because you can imagine in this heat to move around you would really tire yourself out. This is even what some of the other animals are doing at the moment. If you look, especially when we were driving here, we went past some impala and some wildebeest, and they were all also trying to get under the shade of the trees, just trying to avoid the peak of the heat. as I'm sitting, I'm actually just looking around me to see all the different tracks of lion and elephant tracks and signs of baboons moving through, and there's some old hyena scatter. It's amazing to see how many different animals use a riverbed like this. So while I'm looking at the lions, every now and then I just scan left and right down the riverbed just to see if there's anything particular that's potentially going to, walk across. Sometimes you'll sit with lions like this and you can maybe see an elephant or a herd of elephants crossing way in the distance. And with them not even being close to the lions, those lions wouldn't even really lift up their heads if they don't know those elephants were there. But if those elephants were to come closer to this area and the lions start noticing it, you'll see a different reaction. Lions actually in this area will move off if elephants get too close. Because I've even here seen elephants chase lions away because they do see lions as a predator. Even in this area, I don't know of any cases of lion actually killing elephant, but for that same reason, elephants will chase off lion. Mkandawai, I think I got that correct. If you were asking if two prides can live in the same area, in a case like we have here in Ngala, that probably could answer yes, because this pride is part of another pride, which we call the breakaway pride. There used to be one pride, and they've split off. Now that actually can happen, where members of the same pride, where a pride has just gotten too big, will actually split up and form two separate prides. And the dominant males in this area will go between those prides. We'll find even these ones here, like this one in the picture we're looking at now. He'll sometimes be with this part of the pride, and then for a few days we might not see them, and then they'll go and visit the breakaway pride as well. But that's probably the only exception where they'll more or less spend time in the same area. Generally speaking, lions don't share a territory. Different lions have got different genetics and they've got different territories and with very well-defined boundaries. And if either one of them goes across those boundaries and confronts or gets in contact with that pride, normally you have quite a big fight happening. And it does happen from time to time. But also in a case like this, if I'm just talking about Ngala, like where we have this breakaway pride, it was maybe a week or two ago we found them, and some of the other members of this pride we're looking at now actually joined up with them. And even though they're essentially part of the same pride, there was a bit of action between them as well, and a bit of fighting. So I think also, not seeing each other for extended periods of time, even though essentially you're part of the same pride, that may play a role in them actually fighting with each other. But also what's quite interesting is the ones that were fighting were all younger sub-adults. So they actually probably consider each other as different prides. Where when the older members of this pride join up with the old members of the other pride, you'll actually find that there's no real interaction like that. Right, but what we're going to be doing is, with these lions not moving too much now, we are going to be leaving them and see if we maybe can find signs of any of the other members. And then what we'll potentially do is maybe come back later in the afternoon when it starts to cool down a little bit. We might come back here again and just to see if we can't get a little bit more activity out of these lions. But in the meanwhile, we're going to send you off to Tsalo for introduction.
I'm just going to do it slowly so we don't chase them. If they're with lions at the moment, they're not going to come to us in extreme hurry.
Sorry about that. Don't quite know what happened with Swallow there, but they will be back with us. Now, challenge. We have a dragonfly, but I do not have a monitor. So, I can actually see what species this is. I do have my ID book, and I'm trying very hard to learn all the dragonflies and damselflies found in southern Africa. But your eyes are exactly what I need right now. It's very small, very slim, small body. Not a damselfly, though. From this angle, it definitely looks like a dragonfly. It's bright red. Ooh, it found a buddy. But we're back. Oh no, we're chasing. Males are actually known to chase one another off. And of course, males are also known to chase females. Where are you going? Let's just wait. They might come back. You'd be surprised at how often dragonflies land on the exact same branch that they were just perched on. Now, apparently the elephants left the dam, so we did head in a different direction. There's lots of roadblocks. There's some roads that are closed, some roads that we can't go down. And we're going to slowly make our way to Chitwa and hopefully find some leopards. No, I don't think they're coming back. Very active now. The males will chase off other males, especially during mating. There's a lot of sperm competition as well. And the male will hover near the female, sometimes until she even lays eggs, in order to stop her mating with a different male. He wants all of the eggs that she lays to be his. Oh, we're back. I might try and look with my binos. I don't know if I'm too close for this, but let's try.
Do you have him?
I don't know if this is going to work. Nope, I have to rely on you guys, I'm afraid. Same branch, Dobby. I love how they just sort of perch like that with their abdomen almost vertically up above their head. And this is the easiest way because their legs are attached to the thorax. Dobby, I've just found the most beautiful damselfly. Oh my goodness. I didn't even see that there. Okay, let's see. Are we able to get this on camera, or is the angle just atrocious? It's here. It's definitely a damselfly now, and this is going to give you a great comparison between the two sort of groups that you find in Odonata. You got it? So you see the damselfly is also slim, long, whereas dragonflies have this sort of really fat abdomen, if you like, if I can say so. And the damselflies will have a really long body. So they're very, very similar, very closely related, but there definitely are differences. And the body shape of the abdomen is definitely one of the sort of best ones to look at straight away. But if you're still a little bit confused, look at the eyes, if you can. If you're able to see the head, there's sort of the dragonfly's eyes, the large compound eyes that are made up of thousands and thousands of pixelated units, will join in the middle. Whereas the damselfly eyes, they will have a gap in the middle like ours. We have a gap in between our eyes, and they will sit more on the side of the head. Now, if you can't see the eyes, then try and look at the wings. The sort of fore wings and hind wings in a dragonfly are unequal in size. They won't look the same. The first two set and the back two, they won't look the same. Whereas in damselflies, they are pretty much the same. They look exactly the same size and shape. So they're your sort of best key indicators of how to tell between a dragonfly and a damselfly. But naturally, they are very, very similar. And you will see that because the dragonflies are bigger, they're famous for perching with their wings facing downwards. Sorry, my radio went off there, Davy. Did you? Oh, many of you are saying that is beautiful, isn't it just? exact similar layout with the wings, the body structure, the positioning of the legs. But they definitely are different. I didn't see that one there. This one's particularly small. You do get bigger damselflies, but they will never sort of be as fat and as bulbous as the dragonflies. Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone. You're saying the dragonfly was a red-winged dropwing. Thank you. Without the monitor, it's really, really tricky. And of course, I'm a bit too close to the subject to use my binoculars. Okay, thank you, everyone. That would make sense. It was very, very red in colour. And if any of you know the species of this damselfly, you're also welcome to send that in. And going back to the sort of compound eyes, they're very, very specialised. They're not simple eyes in no way, shape or form. And they can see for a dragonfly in 360 degrees. So they can see in every direction. And they're actually made up from really highly sensitive pixel-like units. And they've got a name. This is called Omatodea. And there's 30,000 of them. Yes. 30,000 pixel-like units, or Omatodea, if you like. And they can sense all sorts of light, including UV. They can see far more sort of light than we can in that spectrum. We're actually very limited as humans. Dragonflies can see right across the spectrum. So they're highly, highly visual. They will also rely on chemicals as well, but their main sense that they rely on, their primary sense, is definitely their vision.
He's just a bit behind a leaf now.
Oh, Darby's saying he's moved. Why did you move?
Still got a view. It's a bit obscure.
Shall we try and go forward? Okay, let's try and get closer. He might fly away, but he also might not. Okay, I have a funny feeling that you guys are in for a treat with the macro visuals Darby's about to give you. You must send some screenshots. You got it, Davy? Oh, he's moved up. He's back again. I don't actually know the reason they do this. They tend to fly off and then immediately return to the exact same spot. There has to be a reason. They're so beautiful, that colour. This is actually... I come to this particular pond just for dragonflies and damselflies. Sometimes birds. But this is a great place to spot them. And you can see those almost wafer-thin wings, which are powered by many, many muscles in the thorax. Okay, everyone, that was such a wonderful sighting of both a dragonfly and a damselfly. But for now, we're going to send you back down to Swallow.
Lauren's linking.
I think so. Drinking is a concept, right?
Huh?
Yes, and link.
Good afternoon. And here we also have a mixed herd of zebra. There is a gemsbok randomly in the middle there somewhere. And some springbok. So a slightly different combination to the other mixed herds that you've already seen today. Oh, this is the gemsbok. So a very, very toasty 34 degrees here at Tswalu. Incredibly hot. So on camera is BK, but I'm Deirdre. So thanks for joining us on our live afternoon safari. But it is a nice little group. We're not far from the watering hole, so they have all drank water and they are now moving away from the water. But it is just nice to see even some of the smaller springbuck in amongst that group there. It really is quite cute. I can even hear the mothers talking to the lambs. You can just hear... And the baby zebras as well. It is the season of small ones. There's at least 2 little zebras in the group. And I think the Gemsbok is being quite smart because he's all by himself. So he's just put himself in the middle of the herds of zebras and springbuck. And if they alarm for a potential predator, he benefits by that as well. So he can relax and graze a bit more than normal, because he doesn't have to keep looking up as often as he would have to if he was all by himself. The springbuck can barely see over the grass. There we go. 3 in 1. In one shot. Well done, BK. So our plan this afternoon is to check a couple of water holes and see what's happening. Once again, we're just looking for something in the shade. I heard Veronica asking if we find springbuck, but I just got springbuck in the area. So in this area, the semi-arid area, that's sort of the general distribution of springbuck. None of the other locations that are on Wild Earth have got springbuck. So only here, and sometimes we do have, there are small areas in South Africa where both the impala and the springbuck do overlap in distribution. There's some feistiness going on amongst the zebra there. Sometimes you'll have 2 herds that come together and there's 2 stallions with their group of females, and there might be a little bit of an argument amongst those 2 stallions. Or you find just a younger stallion that's trying to challenge an older stallion, and he's getting some vital fighting skills. So we're going to move on to just quickly check the waterhole and see if there is anything at the waterhole, and maybe we'll get a little bit of better comms. So just the other day, this is where we had that pride of lions with all the little cubs. And we would be looking here to see if there is any tracks moving from this direction. But there's quite a lot of birds at the waterhole. There's some blacksmith lapwings directly in front here. I'll duck so that BK can go over my head. Yeah, there we go. Some blacksmith lapwings with the youngsters. And this pair seems to be quite successful. It looks like they've got 3 youngsters that are just in their juvenile plumage. So they'll just be wading along the edge there looking for any aquatic insects, small little frogs. I don't know how good they'd actually be at catching fish, but I don't think that that's too much of their thing, but I suppose there's always a chance. Worms, anything on the edge of the water. And their sort of specific niche would be probably from the edge of the water to probably about 1 meter in. It's almost the length of their legs is what dictates how far they can go into the water in order to find food.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at And Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through And Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Welcome back to your live safari here at Phinda. We did go and try and find those lions that were seen this morning, but they seem to have moved and we weren't able to find them again. In the meanwhile though, we've got this beautiful European roller on. It looks like a little dead sickle bush plant. You can see how it's actually it's moving around quite a lot because it is windy here at Phinda this afternoon, so it has to move its body around just to try and keep its balance on top of that little twig. It's a very, very beautiful bird. It's amazing how they're able to migrate so far. So this bird will migrate possibly up as far as the Mediterranean within the next even couple of weeks. So by mid-March, most of the European rollers would have moved out of southern Africa and we start moving past East Africa and Central Africa and up into the Mediterranean. So they are the type of animals that don't like winter at all. They live in a permanent summer basically. Sounds quite ideal to me. And what they'll do is they come here in the rainy season and they feed mainly on insects, especially bigger insects like dung beetles. They even sometimes eat small rodents like mice and small rats. You can see the tip of their bill has a little slight hook on it, and that's often an indicator that the bird is predatory, because that little hook will help them grab the animals that they eat. Lovely calls of a zitting cisticola somewhere high up above us as well. And the typical kind of habitat that you'd find a zitting cisticola in. I'm hoping that you can hear it. It's just stopped now. It is still calling off in the distance. Awesome little bird. Actually, cisticolas are very, very difficult to identify because they all look the same, basically. And their characteristic calls definitely help us. Matthews, you are right, and I agree with you. Just as our European roller has flown away, Matthew commented that they are some of the most beautiful birds that he's ever seen, and I certainly agree. There's quite a lot of different types of rollers that you'll get here in Southern Africa, and the European roller one has just flown off and sat next to us on the left. I'm not sure we'll be able to get it in shot. But that, along with the lilac-breasted roller, which is here throughout the year, are certainly very striking. I heard somewhere that the lilac-breasted roller is possibly the most photographed bird on the planet, and it does make sense. So we're going to carry on driving through these beautiful open grasslands here at Phinda. There's an area further up ahead of us with a lot of little shrubs where we could find animals like black rhino, so I think Craig and I are going to head in that direction to try and see if we can find any.
We've made it to Chitwa Dam. I actually haven't been here, or it feels like I've not been here in a while. You can hear the water overflowing. And of course we've got the hippos. They're all very densely packed today. And Chitwa's where we hope to find leopards. But I imagine with this sort of really intense heat, they're going to be deeply tucked into the shade or up a tree. We're going to do our very, very best to find out where they were this morning and try and see if we can locate any of them. There's something very soothing about the sound of that water, the mini waterfalls of Chitwa Dam. No, to be honest with you, we don't stay at Chitwa. Our camp is on Djuma, and I don't know. I would imagine the camp will have protection. Hippos wandering around your camp is definitely not what you want, but unfortunately I really don't know, I'm afraid. I've only visited Chitwa once. But they will have the necessary protection and fences and electric wires in place, I'm sure. I'm just getting my binos out so I can also see. The last time we were here, there was lots of little juveniles, and I can imagine they're getting much bigger now. The hippo calves are actually also sort of a great threat from predators. They're small enough when they're very, very young for lions. If they're injured and weak and lagging behind when they're very young on land, a leopard could. Even the crocodiles are a threat in the water. So just because they're a hippo when they're in the water doesn't mean that they're protected when they're young. They look very happy though. I would be happy too if I was in Chitwa Dam right now. I actually don't know. I would imagine so. I would imagine they wiggle their ears to get rid of water. They can actually close their ears when they're very, very young to stop water going in because they actually suckle underwater when they're young. They can also close their nostrils. And I would imagine that they're able to wiggle them to get water out. There's nothing worse than getting water in your ears, especially salt water. But they've got very, very small ears compared to the rest of their body. And of course, the eyes and the ears and the nostrils are all on the same plane. And that's so that they can keep their body completely submerged, but they can still pop a little bit of their head out to see, smell, and hear what's going on around them. But when you look at their ears, they are very small, or at least the outer ear is. That's some of the youngsters there. They're getting big, but they're still small compared to the adults. Jerome, it depends on their age, and I can't tell from this angle using my binos really how old the young ones are. When they're very, very young, they cannot stay anywhere near as long as the adults can. And the adults can stay under between 5 to 6 minutes, which is a really long time. And normally when they're sort of newborns, they can only stay under about 45 seconds, which is definitely doable. Even we could do that. But gradually, as they get older, they'll get better. It comes with practice, and they'll learn how to hold their breath, and they'll also learn how to control their buoyancy. So just like us when we're diving or free diving, we learn, we practice. Your body adjusts. A hippo will be the exact same. So once they get older, they'll be able to hold it longer and longer and longer. But they don't have to stay under 5 to 6 minutes. They just have the ability to. So you can see here, they're all just sort of playing and bouncing around, popping their head up, going under, keeping nice and cool. I'm feeling very relaxed sitting at the edge of this dam here. Darby, how about we drive onto the dam wall and see if we can see anything at the other side? Sometimes once you get a huge dam, and once you get to the other side, you can actually see different animals. And there's a huge sort of flock, I don't know if that's the right word, of thick knees here. Maybe we can say hi to them. And when I I say a lot, I mean a lot. I think water thickneys are highly underrated. They're not given enough credit for being one of the cool birds. And they're definitely not one of the most photographed birds like the lilac-breasted roller. Okay, Darby, they're just down here. You see them? There's quite a few of them. As you just go along this sort of embankment, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can hear them, listen. I think they're just lovely. The markings on their face are exquisite. They may not be lilac or have 7 different colors, but they're gorgeous. You get different types of thickneys named after their thickney. But this is a water thickney. Some of the names in the animal kingdom, they just make me chuckle no end. There's even an insect named after Beyonce. I'll say no more. And it's all in the name, really, water thickneys. I mean, you will find them around water, on the banks of rivers or lakes or even dams, and that's exactly what we're looking at right now. And they will eat crabs, frogs, water insects, mollusks, even small fish. So being around a water body is really where you want to be if you're a water thickney. But they actually roost most of the day, believe it or not, but on the ground. They're said to be crepuscular birds, so become very, very active sort of in the early morning light as the sun is rising, and against once the sun is going down. And that's when they're the most active. They can even be nocturnal. So during the day, although they look very alert and awake right now, probably because we're driving along the dam wall, they are in fact just resting right now. That's why you see them all together. Mimi, no, they don't. They've got nice long legs. They can wade in the shallows, but you won't find them sort of, well, I think what you're meaning is floating on the surface of the water like ducks will. You won't find that.
He's got an insect. He has an insect.
Oh. Well, there you go. Maybe they are active during the day. Do you know what it caught, Davy?
Nope.
And down the gullet it goes. And another one. I can't really see what it's catching, but it's eating something. Oh, Jared's telling me it looks like a dragonfly. Ouch. Why are you eating the dragonflies? If it's a black dragonfly, then it's probably the groundling. The southern banded groundling. They look very, very black. And they're, well, found on the ground a lot. See, the animal kingdom, the name's genius. Every single time you come to Chitwa, on this exact part of the embankment, you will find them every single day. So just like hippos, the daytime is their rest time, but they are awake, if that makes sense. It's the same as the thickneys. They are awake, but it really is time to rest. Save all that energy for when the sun goes down. Let's start our bumbo to look for these leopards. They have to be around here somewhere. We just have to think of the best shaded spots. We're just going to go around the... Oh, no. Try that one again. I'm not very good at driving, Rusty, everyone. We say that this is a boy's car. This is Tristan's car. The girls like Wendy. And sadly, Wendy's not in action, so I'll do my best. But we're going to go around the back of Chitwa. There's some very lovely drainage lines, which will be nice and cool. Most likely lots of water. And on the other side of Chitwa, further east, is the Mulwanini. And the I think it's a greenbacked heron. Did you get it, Dobby?
Not really.
Not really. He tried. I think I threw him under the bus there. Yeah. I also do really love that bird. I thought it was going to stop. Where did that dragonfly go? Okay, I am desperate to get a dragonfly to land on me one of these days while live. But for now, let's send you across to Ngala.
Right, welcome back to and beyond Ngala. We've decided to move a little bit further to the south of the reserve. See what we can find here. See if there's any signs of the rest of the Birmingham Pride. This is sort of the area we're expecting them to be. Also, other animals to look out for here is giraffe, elephant. Although cheetah are quite rare on Ngala. This is an area we do find in the southern part because you have more of these sort of open plains. It's the more preferred habitat. And ostrich as well. Ostrich is quite a rare one. But on occasion we do find them here. There's some queens flying up ahead. Maybe just something interesting to comment on. I believe at Pinda they were talking about a special animal like a suni. This is a tiny antelope. Now you do get suni in the northern parts of Kruger National Park, but not where we are here. So mainly the Pafuri area of Kruger, which is in the far northern side, close to the border with Zimbabwe. And that area is where you normally find them here, but the area where we are is actually not the preferred habitat for them. So in a landscape like Ngala, probably the smallest antelope we'll get is a steenbok. It's almost about the same size, maybe a little bit bigger, and it's very, very red-brown in color. An elephant pushed over a little silver cluster leaf. Just going to try and push it off the road before I drive around it. Let's just see. It might be a little bit too difficult to get off. Seems to be at a strange angle here, but probably just enough to get around, I guess. I think we can do it. All right. Just plug myself in quickly. Say again? Okay. So just the reason why we do that is if we can drive around trees, we try and avoid it. Luckily I was able to push that. In the meantime, we're going to be sending you over to Lauren.
Now we're just checking rank of Chitwa. Not that I fully expect them, but we're going to do a nice loop and try and check carefully as far.
Wild Earth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pride Lands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back to Punda, everyone. And we are still in these beautiful grasslands looking for black rhino. As you can see, we've got quite a vast area to try and cover. So we're just going to go into areas where the habitat is, well, where we know the habitat is good for looking for black rhino and where we'd expect them to spend most of their time. There's quite a lot of few shrubs on my left-hand side, and you see they're not very tall trees. Black rhino like to feed on the new growth, is usually a little bit better than older growth, which is the reason why they'd spend time in areas where the trees aren't very big. It's not necessarily always the case. And quite a lot of beautiful little birds in this area too that Craig and I have managed to spot as we've been driving through. Things like quite a lot of different cisticolas. And then of course a lot more European rollers and fan-tailed widowbirds, which are also quite a striking bird that you find here in these long tall grasses. Andrew, I haven't seen ostrich on Phinda. We did used to have some on the reserve, but not since I've been here before. It would be a really, really interesting animal to have, especially to show you and to show our guests here on the reserve. Oh, there's a lilac-breasted roller. Let's just try and see if we can find where it lands. Okay, I've got it. Let's go just a little bit closer. It is interesting because we haven't seen a lot of them. I'll stop here. We'll see if we can get a nice shot in. We haven't seen a lot of them since all the European rollers have been here this year. It's almost as if the European rollers have outcompeted them and pushed all the lilac-breasted rollers away. So it is facing the wrong direction at the moment, but we might be able to just try and edge a little bit further forward to see if we can see it from the front. The problem is I don't think a road goes off ahead of it. But you can see as it turns around every now and again, it's got that beautiful striking purple breast. A little bit, yeah, and you can see that white eyebrow on top of its eye. Even the blue seemed a lot more striking than the blue of the European roller. And I mentioned earlier that this is probably the most photographed bird in the world. Debbie, I can't tell you off the top of my head, especially in the whole of Africa, but I do have a field guide for Southern Africa with me, and I'll have a little look for you now, Debbie. But I presume there's going to be quite a few more up in Africa as well. But yeah, in Southern Africa we get 5 different types. If you want to come and have a look here, I've got it in my field guide. So we get most of the species here up in Zululand, but a few are a lot more difficult to see. So broad-billed roller I've seen quite close to Phinda before. You can see it's a beautiful purple bird. I've seen that on a reserve that actually borders Phinda, on Mkuzi, one of the more special rollers to find in Southern Africa. And then the European roller, which is very prominent at the moment throughout Phinda. And a rackettail roller, which you won't really get here in South Africa, but it is possible to find it in the northeastern parts and in Mozambique and Zimbabwe. It's a lot more easy to find. And then things like the purple roller is very uncommon to find here, but I haven't seen one yet, but I'm waiting for the day. I'd really love to find one. So I don't know in the whole of Africa, but here in Southern Africa we have 5 different types of rollers. And all of them being quite striking and colourful, a lot of prominent blues and purples. Let's try and see if this... Oh, I can see it, it is still there. Why don't we try and edge... What do you think, Craig? Maybe try and go forward a bit. I'm scared we're going to lose sight of him. Ian, it's a good question. So a lot of the rollers are what we call Palearctic migrants, which means they migrate to areas up in Europe and Western Asia. Eastern Europe, Western Asia, North Africa. And so these rollers, wow, it's turned around for us, which is great. So these rollers, I don't exactly know how far that is, but several thousand kilometers, I presume, to get all the way from here up to parts of Europe. And they won't necessarily do it in one go. So the rollers here, the European rollers, lilac-breasted rollers, are resident throughout the year. They will stop off in East and Central Africa, and they'll probably stay there for a few days and recover and try and get some food. And when they have enough energy again, then they'll carry on going. But it's just so incredible that small animals like these are able to migrate that far. So I'm not sure how heavy a roller is, but for example, an animal like a European swallow, a barn swallow now, they weigh only about 16 grams. And you can imagine flying a few thousand kilometers if you only weigh 16 grams. So it must be incredibly difficult if it's a little bit windy. So European rollers weigh 120 grams. So they one of the bigger, I suppose, a medium-sized bird, but it is a very, very long distance to fly for such a small animal. You can imagine how much energy flying must take. And often bad weather will inhibit how birds are able to migrate, and a lot of them will get lost. So it's quite a very difficult thing for them to travel such long distances. Kim, they make almost, it's difficult, I don't want to mimic it because I'll probably just embarrass myself. They're called rollers because what they do is they'll actually do a display flight and they'll do this roll maneuver in air. It's quite acrobatic. And then they'll make almost like a bleating, it sounds a bit like an alarm call that some antelope do. And yeah, that's basically the call they'll make, Kim. Let's keep driving and try and see what else we can find. For now, I think that roller might be hunting from that little perch. So we're just going to go down. The reason why we couldn't go forward is there isn't a road that goes off in front of it that'll help us get a little bit closer. Lovely area to do some birding, and there's a lot of grasses here that are very, very full of seeds, so after all the rain they are really flourishing. And if there's a lot of food around, which there is, then of course there's a lot of birds around. And birding is something that always adds quite a lot to the experience in safari, because it makes the in-between parts of your drive a little bit more interesting, because you're looking out for a lot more different types of animals. So while we're bumbling around, we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's doing much the same.
We've got an elephant on the dam wall. I've done a loop, but what I've realised is that he's walking along the dam wall, Darby. So what we're going to do is position ourselves off the dam wall so that he's going to walk right past us. We've done a complete loop of Chitwa. It's far too hot for any cats to be moving right now, but we're going to keep trying. Hello, elephant. I have not seen one in so long. This is just lovely. He was drinking and then all of a sudden he just decided to walk along the dam wall. So it's really important that you get out of an elephant's way. I mean, if you've parked off and they come towards you, then okay. But don't block their path. And he's clearly choosing to walk right along Chitwa Dam Wall. So majestic. Can you hear his footsteps from here? Hello. Jolly good to see you too, sir. I'm so happy to see this elephant right now. He sees us. He saw us a long time ago, don't worry. He's gone back down to the water. He's gonna drink. I feel thirsty just watching him. Rian, you got that right. He is Mahusif. He's a big bull. It's just so nice to see an elephant, really. When they're not here, you miss them. He really wanted to show us who's boss there. We know you're the boss, trust me. Even Rian, in whichever country he is in right now, knows you're the boss. Jackson, I think it would depend on the scenario. So we see a lot of elephants out here that we actually know of that are, we call them short trunk, that are missing the sort of larger section of the end of the trunk. And they're still able to draw up water, they're still able to breathe, still able to communicate, they're still able to be tactile. What they are missing is the prehensile tips. So it's just a little bit trickier for them to grasp and pull up objects. There's also an elephant in the area. I believe she's been seen in the Sabi Sands, a little bit further southwest, and she has a huge hole right sort of where our nose begins, in between your eyebrows. If you like, I know elephants don't have eyebrows, but I'm trying to give you an indication of where it is in relation to us. So it's very, very high up, and she has a massive hole. And apparently when she does drink water, it comes out, but she's surviving and she's thriving, really. Oh dear. That's not the most pleasant of views, but it just really depends on how much of its trunk. If the trunk was chopped off by a human right to sort of where it begins, I don't think so. They use it for so many reasons. And obviously if it gets injured or caught in a snare, it has to heal. Infection's a big worry out here. But the entire trunk, no. But elephants will survive with part of their trunk missing and holes in the head. You can actually Google that female elephant just to see what I mean. It's this very, very large hole in her head in the trunk, but she still survives. It's amazing how animals will adapt. I tell this story a lot, but my old beagle, Pepper, we removed her hind leg. It was riddled with cancerous tumours, and we made a decision as a family to remove the leg to prolong her life, which it did. And she was obviously, on medicine and drugs and very sleepy for the first day, but the second day she just woke up and just started walking on 3 legs, and that was it. It was just time to adapt. You've lost a leg, what can you do? It's time to just adapt to walking on 3 legs, and that's exactly what she did. Animals just adapt because they have to. Okay, I think we can position a little bit better for this elephant. We're going to move, or try to move. Now, sometimes why it's worthwhile just spending a little bit of time around water holes. Jacob, I am going to come to your question in just a moment, asking about how much elephants drink. Okay, Darby, if I pull up here, we're in the shade. How is that? Isn't that great? We get some shade. So sorry about that, Jacob. I was just trying to make sure I didn't crash into anything. I've had a lot of trouble lately with cars. But you're asking how much elephants drink. Well, believe it or not, in one sort of sitting, if you like, they can pull up. And when I say pull up, they're using their trunk as a straw. if you like. So they can pull up 12 litres of water in one sitting. I think that is just absolutely incredible. And they can actually smell water. Their nose is better than bloodhounds from 12 miles away. So in one sort of pool, they can pull up 12 litres of water. But that's, of course, not going to be enough for a big elephant. They're going to need a lot more water than that. And what you have to remember is that males and females, calves and teenagers and all sorts, they will require different amounts of water. It's not entirely going to be the same. But on average, they will, I think it's about 150 litres, between 120 to 150 litres per day that they require of water. And why is that? Well, they've got a really poor digestive system, and therefore they need water to help digest the fibre and the cellulose. Their digestive system is really, really poor. So the more water they drink, the more it aids the digestion. And they can't sweat like you or I, so drinking water also helps cool them down.
Thank you. I'm on the driveway.
Sorry about that. I think our elephant is slowly walking off. Now this is the open clearing that the leopards were on this morning. So they are around here somewhere. We're just going to keep looking until we find any signs of them. Okay, let's bumble. I think our male elephant. That name, Darby?
I didn't.
We both didn't get that name, I'm afraid. I'll wait for Jared to repeat it. Got the question, though. Biscuits, like you have with tea. Biscuits, yes, that is true. You do have biscuits with tea. No, they don't. They're not sort of brought into must because the females are in estrus, not at all. They have their own sort of cycles of must, and it's very prolonged. They can have their first must at about 18 years old, but this is normally a pseudo-must. I mean, hormones will change, physiological changes will take place, but it's not the full must. Normally the full must can kick in around 25 years of age, and that's when things really start to go a bit hairy for an elephant. Lots of, as I mentioned, physiological, biological, chemical changes that will happen to that male. And females also have their own estrus cycle. So what a male elephant does is he dribbles. Leaky penis syndrome, we call it. Basically, it's just when they're in must and they need to find a female. So when you're an elephant and you've got all of this land, how do you find a female? Well, leave clues behind in the form of chemicals. So if you dribble your urine all across the landscape, which doesn't sound very pleasant to a human, but it's actually incredibly smart because you're leaving your chemical signature everywhere. You're letting everybody know that you're in must and you're around. They just need to follow the trail. So they're constantly trying to leave signs for one another. But if that doesn't work, males are also known to sort of approach herds of females and sniff them out, shall we say. Yes, and it's all about chemicals. When a female is in estrus, the signal being in estrus will be there, and he will be able to pick that up. So if a lady doesn't find him, he will just go from herd to herd, sniffing out the females until he finds a female that is receptive. Now, that's a very good question, biscuits, and now you've got me thinking about biscuits. I used to love orange penguins. Do you know penguins, Darby?
Yeah.
You do? I used to love orange penguin biscuits with raw onion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound very yuck, but it's actually delicious. You should try it. Anyway, enough about biscuits. Now, if we just go really slowly here and just look in every single little shady spot, you never know, we might actually get lucky. It was Batman, Kuchava's son, that was on this road this morning. So I think it's really worth just going incredibly slowly to see if we can see any spots in the shade. And it's amazing, once the sun starts going down, really, the animals will start to move.
It was filet.
Filet. I hate to disappoint you, but nothing in our car really works. So we definitely can't give you an accurate reading on that. And sadly, my judgment of distance was not the best. I have no idea. Davi's trying to sign to me. What do you think, Davi?
20 Ks?
20 Ks, give or take.
20 to like 40 maybe.
20 to 40 Ks. Wow. Well, there you go. There's your answer. And it really depends. I mean, if we find something great on quarantine, then we don't have to drive. But if we decide to go all the way up to the Mangileti boundary at the top of Buffelshoek, then that is quite a substantial drive. But we drive a lot. And my driving skills on Rusty have still not improved. It's a little bit worrying. I'm just looking up all the marulas. I'm just looking for that tail hanging down. That's what gives the leopards away, the tail. And the elephant should be here somewhere too. Let me know if you spot a Davi. Now, why Chitwas became such a hotspot for the leopards, I really don't know. I mean, you have 3 dominant females, 2 are related, 1 is not, using this area on a very, very regular basis. And considering it's such a small property, it's just really surprising. I mean, Tandy and Kuchava are related. They know one another extremely well, of course. But Sibui also found here. I think we're going to go along the Mulwanini. I think that's a great shout for today. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. Check the river system, and as I do that, you guys will go down to Swalu.
So we're also just driving along, similar to Lauren, looking to see what we can find. We're going to head down this road towards one of our waterholes and see what's out there. There's a very nice kind cloud at the moment that's blocking the sun. So BK and I are driving in slightly more comfortable temperature, but I have a feeling that it's not going to last for long. BK, we can actually show them the one and only cloud that is blocking that sun at the moment, but it gives you a beautiful picture of every cloud has its silver lining. But probably in about 20 minutes, when the sun gets into that little gap at the bottom, it's going to be rather hot. So fortunately, no rain forecast at this stage. We did get a little bit of rain yesterday. Totally by surprise. Without any wind or anything, it snuck up on us yesterday afternoon. So we're driving through sort of open clearings here. We would expect to find possibly areas for meerkats, little ground squirrels. Gemsbok often like the open areas. We even find wildebeest, springbuck. Oh, there's a kudu. I see a kudu. I'm just going to show you a quick kudu. You see it there, BK? There's 2. And then beautiful, a nice female kudu. So there's more than one there, but that's the best viewing one. The other one's well hidden in the thicket there. Their camouflage does really work for them, those nice big ears. But I do believe that Steve in Pridelands wants to say hello. So we're going to send you across there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Eco Training Pridelands here in the Greater Kruger National Park. And guess where we are? We're on foot. My name is Steve, of course, and I'm joined over there behind the camera by Gert as we walk behind a very thick bush through the long vegetation. And watch out, it's very thorny, and the grass is very long. How's everybody doing this afternoon? I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. Exactly, we are out on foot, and this is going to be the way forward on Pridelands for now, testing out the bushwalk. So Gert's carrying a very nice backpack. I'm carrying my bag of tricks, and we have a very nice gentleman over there who's looking after us. His name is Willem, and he is one of the backups at Eco Training, and his job is to keep us safe. So he's going to be watching out and making sure all is good. Now, how beautiful is this flaky bark acacia over here with its very, very sharp thorns? It is one of our species that seems to be really encroaching around Pridelands. There's lots of them around in the cleared areas, the open areas, the disturbed areas, and even up here on the crests. In Djuma, I haven't seen too many of them. Might be testament to the amount of elephant activity in Djuma over the years. Elephants have only really been active in this part for the last 2.5 years or so. And so I've no doubt they will start doing the natural bush thinning that comes with it. It's a very pretty afternoon. There is a huge storm building from the west that is sort of looming, coming and going. We're not quite sure what exactly the storm's doing, but we're going to just be keeping a little bit of a loop from camp and from the car, just as we test the waters with regards to signal and test the waters with regards to rain, excuse the pun, and who knows what we might find. But don't forget to send through your questions and comments to us here in Pride and see if we can answer them for you. It's going to be so nice to explore this area on foot, but it's very dense, very, very dense. So it's going to be very interesting to see where we can go and to see what animals we can find.
If you love to watch Wild Earth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic Wild Earth expeditions. Join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
Converging game path will invariably lead you to a water source, but treat all water as suspect. One of my favorite ways of purifying water is to filter out the particulates. And by just filtering it through your sock, you can clear out most of those. You can put water into a snail shell and you can boil it over a fire or using a chemical like chlorine or colloidal silver.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
And we found the matching male kudu, but when he lifts his head, you can see his horns are bright red, like the Kalahari sand. And that's something you don't often see. Look at the size of that neck from the back. It's just amazing. You don't often see the sand on the kudu's horns, because what he's gone and done is he's gone and buried his face in the soil and rubbed his horns all over. I think we'll try backwards. And that's like an adornment. That's supposed to make him look prettier for the ladies. Okay, he's gone behind the bush, but there is another male that's his companion. Just reverse a little bit more, and he's right next to us. He's actually closer, but also partially behind the bush. BK, you just, I think we'll go past this one, and then we'll be all good. We should see him as well. These are both very impressive males. Look at the size of that. And he's probably going to run away. We're very close. But at very high levels of testosterone that swell their neck up like that. And it may be that there's a challenge going on between these two bulls. They're probably equally matched in size. So there's a very good possibility that they could be sort of tussling over a female nearby. We're not too far from where we did see those females earlier. I think... Do you want to try back a bit, BK? Okay. He stopped in the shade. He's glaring at the other gentleman with his nice bright red horns. Oh, that's okay. I see. BK found the other one. I couldn't see that one. So one's got red horns, one doesn't. So what they will do to avoid a straight confrontation, sort of an immediate confrontation, is kudu will do what they call a parallel walk. So they'll raise that ridge of hair across the back there. It's known as piloerection. They'll raise that, and then they'll walk next to each other, sizing each other up. If one is definitely much smaller than the other, then already the bigger one is the winner, and there's no contact that's made. And then sometimes they might clash a little bit with the horns to see, and then one might then feel, oh no, hang on, that guy's much stronger than me, and he submits and he moves away. But otherwise you can have a time where the bulls feel that they're equally matched, and they can fight for a long time, and they can fight quite viciously. And there are times where, unfortunately, because of the shape of those horns, that sort of corkscrew shape, they can get them intertwined in each other, and then because each one wants to pull, they actually almost get knotted, and they're unable to pull apart, and then sometimes both males die just from sheer exhaustion because they're not able to pull themselves apart. I've never seen those two little white dots just above the tail. I just noticed now, BK. I've never seen those. Maybe he's different, but I've never ever seen those two little dots. And I mean, I've been looking at kudu for years. They've got beautiful little markings on their face, sort of dots on their face and a white chevron on their nose, but I've never seen two little dots just above the tail. He is really, really nice and close. So those stripes effectively for the kudu actually break up the solid profile of the animal, so that it's known as disruptive marking. So you don't see the entire kudu in the bushes. It's very well camouflaged. So from dots and stripes, we're going to send you across to Phinda.
And we have found a mother white rhino and her calf. I don't want to switch on my engine now. It looks like they aren't really sure of us and might chase them away if we move, but they're actually coming a bit closer. Wow. What an incredible little sighting of them there. You can just see how long the grass is now and how the calf's little head barely sticks out above all the grass. I love the sound that they make as they walk through and walk past us. A beautiful scene with these huge dark storm clouds rolling in over us as well. hopefully we'll get a little bit more rain here tonight. We've had a lot this year, but can't ever complain for more. Now that we don't have such a good view of them, I'm just going to try and roll us forward a little bit to... No, okay, now they're moving again. Let's stay where we are. Can see that big muscular neck of white rhino. They have massive heads, and you can imagine they'll need a very, very strong neck to keep that up the whole time as they move around throughout the day. Okay, it might be time to move now. And I'm hoping they're going to come through this little open section if they do keep going in the direction that they've headed. You can see they walk for a little while, then they'll stop, point their ears towards us. So rhino have very poor eyesight, and they'll rely on their hearing quite a lot to try and help them determine whether something is a threat or not. And with this little calf and her mother, the mother will be a little bit more nervous, just because the calf is a lot more vulnerable than what she is. It looks like it's only about a year old, judging by how tall it is. Beautiful, just watching them walk away into the sunset, basically. I'll move us forward. Okay, so as these rhino are actually moving away, I don't think we'll get another look at them, but really, really lucky to get the short glimpse that we did. We are going to carry on looking for elephant and black rhino in this area, and we're going to send you over to Swale for now.
I'm so glad you get to see a little rhino calf. I really, really enjoy little rhino calves. They're just too cute. But we've got, there were 3, now there's only 1. Male giraffe, relatively young male giraffe. But I think if anyone's seen a giraffe, just to compare it right next to the sociable weaver's nest on the left-hand side, I mean, a giraffe is incredibly tall and very large in size, 700 kilograms up to 1,000 kilograms. And sometimes those sociable weaver's nests can weigh almost exactly the same. So it's just amazing to be able to compare the tallest land mammal, and a very heavy one in fact, right next to the sociable weaver's nest. And it just gives you a nice size comparison as to how big they actually are. That sociable weaver's nest is sitting at the same height of the giraffe, so probably 4 meters at its highest, going almost all the way down to the ground. So the giraffe's most likely already had a drink of water, and now it's just regurgitating the food while it's standing nicely in the shade. And if we just quiet for a second, you'll actually hear just behind BK and I, there's another sociable weaver's nest that's making lots of noise. So it's also nice to watch the giraffe. You can actually see the ball of food go down. When he stops chewing, you'll see that the throat expands and then the ball goes down, the bolus of food, and then get down to the stomach and then come back up again. Beautiful patterns. Oh, he's got a heart on his neck. On the way up there, BK, you just passed, I'd say, there. He's got a nice little heart shape. So features like that will be able to tell you different giraffe from each other, because every one of them, their spots and their patterns will be different. So you are able to identify them from features like that would be easy to see. So it sounds like you have the opportunity to see those rhinos again, so we're going to send you across back to Phinda.
Welcome back to Phinda. And we've actually managed to loop around and get another look at these two white rhino. What I'd like to do from now, it's often good to just try and stay quiet. I mentioned earlier how they don't have very good eyesight, so they've actually become quite interested in what we are. So I don't want to move or turn on the engine, but let's just sit quietly and watch them for a while and see what they do. There is a little bit of a thicket in between us now, but I'm just hoping that they will move soon. The wind is blowing from them towards us, so if I talk softly like this, it's unlikely that they will hear us. Yeah, the mom is actually starting to move off to her right now. She's actually very close to us now. She's probably within 10 meters of our vehicle. Some beautiful white butterflies also flutting around just to the left of the mom. Those are called forest whites. You can see she just seems to be relaxing a little bit. Notice how the calf is actually positioned behind the mother, so she's between us and it. Looks like she could even be eating now, which means she's really calmed down a little bit. Whitemane has asked why rhinos sometimes curl their tails up, and often the reason with that is when they're a little bit distressed and when they're running away, you'll see them curl their tails up. The reason for doing that, I actually don't know, but I've seen them do it most often when they're running away from a game drive vehicle, when they maybe been surprised a little bit, and sometimes when dominant males are marking their territory and rubbing their feet on the ground, then they often lift up and curl their tails around as well. Wow, look at that, with that beautiful mountain and sunset behind them. Looks like the mom got a bit of a fright from something there. crazy to see such a massive animal living life so carefully. We're going to carry on and spend as much time with these two rhino as we can, but we're going to send you over to Proudlands for now, and hopefully we can show you some rhino again a little bit later.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got some very cool ants that we don't find down in Djuma. They're called the hissing ants. And we've just turned on the camera mic. Let's see if you can listen. Have a listen. They're busy raiding a termite colony. Listen to them hiss. It's a raiding party of ants. They've got incredible stings. They are related to wasps after all. And they sting very painfully. I got stung on the foot just the other day and it itched for about 5 days. The reason why they hiss like that is, in my belief, because they move around in colonies, not in columns like to and from a hole. They move in a column like a charging sort of army. They go somewhere, they raid, and they go back again. So it's like the warriors. They return with their spoils, termites or other ants, and any of their comrades that have fallen victim to the prey, to their predatory nature. If we turn around, Gert, you might get that nice little line behind you. Get that ball going. They're carrying termites. And obviously, the soldier termites are also there to defend the termite colony. So not all of them. Some of them will sacrifice themselves. You'll see here, some of them are dead. Some of them will die due to the soldier termites that fight back. The workers quickly shut off the hole that they came in through. And then the war party's over. And head back again. And my belief, the reason they hiss like that is because they sting incredibly painfully. They hiss because a big animal walking along here will be breathing on the ground before they step. And so that carbon dioxide that they emit is an immediate response for the ants to scatter and hiss so that any animal that is about to stand on them doesn't, because if it does, they will sting it. So animals will learn very quickly. I promise you, you'll learn very quickly to watch out for these fellows once they've stung you. And there we go. The last straggler on his way back into their hole over there. So I think they're very cool. Very, very cool ants. Don't get stung. And don't get in their way. They're moving. After the rains, we had many colonies moving, coming back, obviously raiding. After the rainfall, termites have had to excavate, re-excavate their termite burrows because of the rain. These ants probably have the same problem, but they're able to go in and access where termites have been sort of working, sort of access, exits, tunnels, go in, they raid, off they go back again. Nutrients back into the soil. So quite incredible, not the typical sort of ant formation that you see of a long line of ants moving from one direction to another. And with all ants, it's all about pheromones. So they move in response to pheromones along the ground. Very cool. I'm really glad I was able to show you the hissing ants. Isn't that just a beautiful view? We're here on one of the highest sort of areas on the southeastern side, and we're going to carry on along here. And while we do so, I'll send you over to Solid Kalahari.
We had a very quick view of a ground squirrel. Oh no, he left. It was one of those ones where he dashed off quickly, waved his tail, and ran down the hole. So, no, we'll carry on. We're close to the waterhole now, so we'll head there and see what we can find. The squirrels, if they're alarmed and they think that something's after them, they sort of shake their tail over their head while they're running towards the burrow. So that's what happened there. He was about 5 seconds too fast for our live broadcast, but we're nearly at the dam. So it's still very warm here. We still are seeing the majority of the animals spending time in the shade. Let's see what's up ahead at the next dam. Nothing in the beaver's nest. Two squirrels away. Oh, BK spotted 2 more squirrels. Let me go back. Behind us there. Oh, you got them? Okay. BK's all over it. I missed them completely. But I drove right past them. So there we go. Little ground squirrel. So there were 2 there. Oh, no. There we go. When you see them like that, they almost look like a little chipmunk. Oh, no. They're... It's partially windy now, so it's picked up a little bit of the wind, so they are a little bit nervous. So they've moved just a bit, but feeding on nice little green shoots. There's lots and lots of green shoots now since the rains, so they'll be digging up those little shoots and eating them. Predominantly grass, but squirrels will eat a wide variety of things. They will eat lots of insects. I don't quite see exactly what he's got there, but lots of insects. They'll eat fruit, grass. I've even seen them catching moths, so it depends what's available. Oh, no. They are quite quick. Little bit, no, you're there, a little bit left. A little bit left. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now he's gone. So we're struggling to keep up with them. They keep zipping off. We're going to send you across to Lauren and Juma while we make our way to the dam.
We've came across more elephants on Chitwa Open, a different open area. Sadly, they're moving off. I think we can get a better view up here, Dobby. Let's just try and get a little bit closer. You've got the Drakensberg Mountains in the distance. The sun's starting to set. I've had absolutely no luck with the leopards. I have a funny feeling because there was tension and animosity, they've dispersed. All of them. And I think I need to get to the hyena day. This is a small herd. You can see the big cow. That's definitely her offspring. It's much older now. But you can see just by the way it's following mom. And then there's a sort of teenager feeding here, and that's it. You see it smelling. Having a good smell of us. Do we smell awful? I'm sure. There's something really funny about when they walk with their head up like that. The youngsters, that is, or the teenagers. It's just, oh, there's suckling happening here, Dove. There you go. I mean, the calves can remain in milk for up to 4 years. That's a very long time. But of course, as with most animals, they will move on to eating sort of plant material earlier than that. So they normally go into solid foods, shall we say, at around 6 months. But they will remain in milk for up to 4 years. And this is a big baby. In the sort of longer the lactation period of an organism, that is directly related to the sort of nutritional quality of the milk. And there's some bizarre examples of the highest nutritional value of milk in the animal kingdom, and of course hyenas are definitely up there. Hyenas have richer milk than lions do. I think they've got the richest milk of all the carnivores. All the predators out here, sorry, the predators, not the carnivores. In comparison to lions and leopards and cheetah, wild dog, spotted hyenas definitely win that award. As you can see, this youngster's gone back to feeding now. Browsing, I think. Should we go a little bit closer, Dobby? Carson, you're 8 years old, and you are asking, is the tail attached to the spine? Hold on just a moment. This teenager is just gonna pull over here. There we go. The tail is actually not made of bone. So it comes from the spine. Just like humans, we actually have a sort of what used to be a tailbone, the coccyx, but the actual tail itself is not made from bone. So it's not an extension of the spine. But when you look at an elephant's rear end, that's exactly where the tail starts, at the very, very end of the spine. The tail is very, very flexible, which is why it's not made from bone. They swing it from side to side. They use it in communication. They also use it as a fly swatter. And they can actually sort of swoosh their tail to one side of their body, and it can meet their ears. And what this means is they've got full coverage with both the tail and their ears at flattening out, like swatting away any nasty flies that come on them. You can see that as swoosh, swoosh, swoosh is very, very flexible. Now, if that was made from bone, it wouldn't be flexible. It would be completely rigid. But yes, it stems from the end of the spine. Now we're grazing. We went from browsing to grazing. And now we're just throwing vegetation around. So if you actually look at this youngster, they say that turns its head to the side and wraps its trunk around its body. It can bring its tail, since we're talking about tails, round to meet its trunk. And they can actually meet in the middle of the body. It gives you a sort of indication of the length of each of these things. The tail is swishing hard. The mum's coming. Very full mammary glands. It's an older cow. Something's moving in this cow's side, sorry. I know she's got a youngster here, but he could be a little bit older. I think she could be pregnant, Dobby. If you just look at her sort of bulbous area around the rib cage. Can you see it? Something's kicking. Oh my goodness. Wow, I've never seen that before. So this is obviously an older calf that she's got, and she's also pregnant. When I said something's moving in her side there, Dobby said, Lorna, I think it's a baby. Thanks, Dobby. Very grateful for the clarification there. Wow, I just saw a kick. And her mammary glands are very, very full, very swollen, and possibly for having a youngster that age, they would not necessarily be that full. She's an older cow for sure. I haven't seen it again. Clinton elephant youngsters actually have milk tusks, just like we have milk teeth, and they're present from when they're very, very young. At around about 2 years, they start to grow their adult tusks, but they actually grow well inside. It's almost like an iceberg before we start to see before they become external, should I say. So they start to become visible as the elephant gets older, anywhere above that 2-year mark. But it depends on the elephant. Some elephants are tuskless. Some elephants grow tusks very slowly and they're very short. Some elephants grow really huge, long tusks, and they grow them very, very fast. But generally speaking, it's around the 2-year mark that the adult tusks start to grow. I just heard an update. I think it was from Chitwa, so I'm hoping to get on this radio. I believe it was leopard or ingwe, should we say, and we have spent our entire afternoon looking for ingwe. So I will get on the radio in just a moment to try and see what the location is. Okay, I'm going to jump on that radio now, and hopefully we'll have some spots for you.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back to your live safari here at Phinda. And, oh no, we've been following this buffalo bull. And the light is so beautiful, so I was really hoping that we'd get a chance to show you all him. And it looks like he's actually rubbing himself all in these bushes. You see how he's rubbing his horns in them. And it might actually be something in his ears that are itchy. Look like he is rubbing his ear up against these bushes. And they'll even often thrash themselves against bushes to make themselves seem a little bit more intimidating. I don't know if you managed to see, but he's covered in mud and a lot of the hair of the... Wow. Oh, looks like he's a bit nervous of us. Let's just try and go forward and see if we can get another view of him. But often when it's windy like this, animals are a little bit more nervous, like we saw with those rhinos earlier. And we have been following him for about 100 meters or so down the road. But amazing to see behavior like that with them rubbing their horns and their ears up in those wagwari bushes. I can just see him further ahead. Looks like he might be somewhere between
Alright, welcome back to Ambion Ngala, where we are very, very relieved with a cloud that came out of nowhere and has provided some lovely shade for us. So we haven't been having any luck with some of the other lines we were looking for. We went further to the south, we crossed the river a few times, but now we've decided to head towards one of the watering holes in the east. And I was just talking to Owen, saying we haven't been there for a long time in the late afternoon. So might be there, might find some hippos starting to get a bit active. Maybe some animals late afternoon coming for a drink, we'll have to see. Pretty sure there will be though some white-faced whistling ducks and some Egyptian geese, a couple of water birds. And that's literally just around the corner, so we'll see just now what there is. And then our probably first prize would be lions that we looked for this morning on the boundary, which is not the Birmingham Pride, it's one of the other prides that come from the east. And they've been pretty active on this side of the reserve. So if we can find some lions drinking there, that would be fabulous. I can start to see the water through the bushes. All right, Lucy's asking how many waterholes there are in Ngala. Yes, I do know how many there are. Mainly the big ones. So one like this one here, we've got about 3 major ones that normally have water throughout the year. And then there's probably about 3 to 5 smaller ones that dry up mainly once we go into winter. And then a variety of little different pans and depressions that are currently now full with all the rain we've had. But for the most part, there's actually just the 3 permanent waterholes. But here we are. And you can start to see how stunning that is. This is absolutely my favorite time of day. Hippo's lovely vocal this afternoon. All right, but in the meantime, we're just quickly going to send you over to Pinda. We're going to spend some time at this watering hole.
Welcome back. And we've actually left that buffalo. He was in the area where it was quite difficult to follow him, and as we were driving out, we just found this incredible sunset. So let's just sit and enjoy it for a couple of minutes. So as we've been waiting here, we've managed to spot that buffalo that we were following earlier. And you can see he's just slowly making his way somewhere. I think we will just carry on sitting here and viewing the landscapes and viewing him just move away. Maybe he's going to look for a nearby watering hole. Such a lonely figure in this huge, vast landscape. So we are going to send you over to Ngala while we sit and enjoy the beautiful sounds of Africa.
Well, it's always nice to see a beautiful sunset, isn't it? We're still here at the watering hole, and we're currently looking at a cattle egret sitting on some pushed over logs there in the water. He's mainly there probably looking for some frogs potentially. Their preferred food's actually insects. And so you'll find that most of the time they'll follow other herbivores like buffalo herds, rhinos, impalas, wildebeest, and they'll follow those animals as they move through the grass. They disturb the insects, and that's actually what they'll feed on. But this one just seems to be standing there. Watch him stretching himself. Got a nice view actually, and you can see some of the buffy colors on his, that rusted rufous on the chest, and some of the colors on the back of the head. But really nice scene here at the watering hole. And the hippos have been calling nicely, starting to get active. Very much different to when you saw them in the morning. In the morning they were pretty much just, resting. Which you can imagine, because they were out feeding for the rest of the night, well, for the whole night, and only came back early in the morning. Where now they've had the whole day to rest in the water. And late afternoon is normally when you start to see hippos starting to get active like these ones here. They're moving around, they're starting to yawn. You can hear them calling. And essentially what these hippos are doing is they're preparing now to leave the water. Anytime, probably just before, after sunset, they're going to start leaving it. And that's when they go to look for food and for grass. You can see them flicking their ears as they come out the water. And quite interesting how they actually have got complete control of the ear. You'll see when just before they go underwater, they actually close the ear completely. And then they go underwater. But yeah, really stunning scene here. We're definitely going to be sitting here for the next few minutes to see what unfolds here. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Lauren and Juma.
We have Miss Tandy. Now, I was about to say she is alone, meaning Mareebs is not here, but she's not technically alone because Ribbon is here. We are in the heart of Chitwa, much further south than the dam, southeast of the dam, and Ribbon is here. She can clearly smell Tandy, and she's obviously decided that possibly there could be a kill. So she's just walking around trying to sniff out the area, but it's lovely to see her. She's disappeared for now, but I'm sure she'll appear again. I knew Tandy was on Chitwa, it was just a case of where, and I'm sure Mareebs is here somewhere too. But I mean, look at the visuals of these animals. Look how overgrown everything is. This is definitely the thickest I've seen the bush. I arrived in a year of drought and it's just gone from there. I've watched it go from being very, very dry and barren to completely overgrown and thick like it is now. And Tandy's not fussed by Ribbon's presence. She's not even jumped up a tree. She just knows that she's not got to kill, so there's nothing Ribbon can steal from her. And just a hyena. Just another hyena. I would say from what I can observe recently that Tandy spends the bulk of her time on Chitwa now. Even more so than Torchwood. It's just really all Chitwa. And when she does cross into Torchwood, she's not going as further north as she used to. It's just another shift. What's your view like, Davy?
Just the back of her head.
Just the back of her head. Half of it. That's even better. she will get up at some point. And that's the thing, when you come out on days like today, it's far too hot at 3:30 in the afternoon Central African time for anything cat-like to be moving, really. So you just got to be patient, and you know once it starts to get cooler, once the sun starts to go down, animals will start moving without a doubt. And of course she was spotted on the road moving, and I hope she meets up with Mareebs. I'm still planning on trying to get to the hyena den at some point. But again, even in the afternoon, it's still quite hot. I really think right now they're going to be very much nocturnal. Okay, so we're going to try and get some better views of Tandy. Hopefully she'll move. And for now, we're going to send you across to Pridelands.
How awesome, finding Tandy in the late afternoon. Well, everybody, welcome back to Eco-Training Pridelands, where the sun is setting behind an enormous storm. It seems to be raging further to the west and north of us. Nice to be out on foot again. Heightens your senses. Nice to be aware. You're out and about, of course, but I tend to feel a little bit more comfortable in a vehicle. Foot with all the elements. Immersed fully in nature. Very grounding feeling. Find yourself thinking about too much. Allow you a moment or two to enjoy sunset.
So while Steve's watching the sunset, we're watching one flat cat. There is a group of 4 Sabar-el-Cheetah here. We'll just let you take a moment and absorb those beautiful spots. And don't forget to ask us questions at #WildEarth and put at FC in front of the question. So that's the only one of the 4 that we can see at the moment. The others are hiding slightly in the thicket. So we don't have visual of them at the moment, but they are around. We see the tail movement every now and again in the head. They're behind that little bush over there. But these ones are about 16 to 18 months, probably closer to about 18 months, and have recently, within the last month or 2, been left by their mother, and they'll stay together for a while until the females come into estrus, and then they'll all separate their different ways from the females, and then whoever's males amongst this group, and we don't actually know the breakdown of males versus females in this group. We don't see them often, and whatever's males will end up forming a coalition for life. So we have at least another hour before the sun sets this side, so I doubt that there's going to be too much movement for a while still. They're going to definitely wait until that sun is at a much lower angle and a little bit cooler before they're thinking about moving. And signs that'll show us that they're ready to start moving. They start rolling over, yawning, readjusting position, maybe get up, lie down again, and that'll show us that they're thinking about moving. But at this stage, that's just thinking about getting 40 winks. Just literally the odd flick of the ear there just to show you that they're still moving, and that'll be the flies. It's not heavy breathing. If it was in the sun it would be panting pretty heavily, but it's in a nice cool shady spot, so that breathing is just nice and even. You can just imagine what the cheetah's dreaming about. That's much better. Now we can see your face. Just a slight sort of breeze of wind that picked up there, so maybe something on the wind that it could smell or it heard, and now it's worthwhile just looking around to be sure. Oh, no, time for snoozing again. So cheetahs, unlike all the other predators, the sort of they're the lowest in sort of hierarchy when it comes to comparing them to hyena or leopard or lion. They're definitely the lowest on the totem pole. So that's why they generally have to be more alert and more aware. So as sub-adults now, they know a little bit more about other predators. They know what they need to do. But when a female is raising them as cubs, she'll often move them in the middle of the day. They'll move them from one shady spot to another shady spot, just consistently throughout the day, so that they don't encounter too many other predators. So we're going to stick around to see if there's any movement here. Oh, there we go. There is some movement, but in the meantime, we're going to send you across to Pridelands.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, it is getting to that time of day when Bushhawk team is going to be heading home. We just thought we'd just take one more moment to just admire the sunset as it goes down in the distance, and what a beautiful marula tree. This is indeed our first bushwalk on Pridens as a success. We will be out with you tomorrow morning, same normal time in the morning, and then following on from that. So hopefully we'll be doing beautiful, beautiful work. I have no doubt. Very excited to be exploring the wonderful ecology and geology of this area. So stand by, keep watching us as we just enjoy a final view.
Good night, Steve. The night is still young, and we managed to reposition. She looks very sleepy. And of course, it's been a hot day, so although she'll have slept most of the day, I would imagine, the heat can drain you, and we're also mammals. So they will feel the exact same way in the heat. And that's why during summer, they really, really do become nocturnal, and that's what I sort of mention about daily shifts, daily changes in animals' behavior and patterns. She looks absolutely stunning in this light. Where's my Reeves, Tandy girl? Now, of course, although he's only a year, they will spend a lot of time apart. That's entirely normal at this stage, and then they'll reunite, and then they'll spend time apart, and then they'll reunite, and then they will spend time apart again. If she doesn't want to share her kill with him, she absolutely doesn't have to. Finding animals in summer is really, really difficult, especially a summer like what we're having, but I have to say, the colour of the grass is just stunning. For photography, it's just absolutely stunning when you see the leopard in the long grass. I think Kuchava and Tandy are remarkably similar. There's something in the eyes, it's across the eyelid, that you will see that they're remarkably similar. And Tandy's had a lot of offspring. Unfortunately, they've not all survived, which is really sad, I guess, in our perspective. But of course, the mortality rate for, hyenas, is it ribbon? I think it's ribs. I'm guessing it's ribbon, if it's the same hyena. Tandy's very aware that there's a hyena lurking around. Yes, it's ribbon. I don't quite know what she's hoping to find here. But yes, sorry, going back to Tandy's litter, she's on her 7th litter. And raised 5 cubs to independence. Now Karula, I believe, raised 10 cubs to independence. Tandy's mom was Karula, and she was an absolutely incredible leopardess who I never got to meet. But she has raised 5 cubs so far to independence. Mareebs is not yet classified as independent. But she was born around December 2006. So Tandy's old. She's an old queen. Still as fabulous as ever. It's coming up for 15. Jerome, you can see it's all happening. It's all playing out right in front of you. Ribbon is here. Tandy is here. And there's absolutely no... I think people misunderstand the relationship between leopards and hyenas. And I think what we forget is that they're very, very familiar with one another. There is no way that Tandy does not know Ribbon and Ribbon does not know Tandy. And it's a hyena's natural behavior to follow the scent of anything that attracts them, and they follow leopards here. Maybe not all leopards throughout the world, all subspecies. Maybe not all African leopards do this, but at least here in the Sabi Sands, they follow leopards. And that's because it must result in kills most of the time. It results in success for the hyenas. So Ribbon's here because of Tandy. She can smell Tandy and she's following Tandy, hoping that there's a kill stashed somewhere. Now, I don't believe there is. I don't think Ribbon's going to get lucky. But Ribbon's not approaching Tandy and Tandy's just ignoring Ribbon. And that's really how it goes with leopards and hyenas. But if there was a kill present, that would change the dynamics of the scenario. And Tandy would probably hoist as quickly as she can, or she would run, because it can become quite aggressive when there's food involved. And one sort of bite from a hyena's jaws, Tandy could be in big trouble. I've watched Tandy have a sort of stare down with June on top of a termite mound. These hyenas interact all the time with leopards. And of course, that is exactly why they hoist. That's exactly why they cache their kills. But sometimes they don't. Of course, sometimes they will feed on the ground, and that's mistake number 1, because the hyenas will come along and naturally try to steal the kill. And most likely a leopard would run. It's not worth the risk. Is Tandy falling asleep on us? I think she is. Okay, we're going to sit here just a little bit longer and hopefully Miss Tandy wakes up.
Wild Earth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pride Lands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now.
I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being. Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cub. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
My name is Ross, and I'm a field guide at and beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
And we're back at Tswalu with our cheetah. We have movement. We have movement in the thicket. So we've now found the head of another one. And a second one got up earlier and flopped right next to the other one that we were watching earlier. So now we have vigil of 3 of the 4. So this is exactly what we're hoping for. That stand up, yawn, stretch, groom, roll over. That's definitely more of a sign. And the temperature I would probably say has dropped at least 4-5 degrees literally in the last 10-15 minutes as the sun has just changed angle a little bit, and that'll make a difference to them as to whether they start getting moving or not. So you can see there the one sitting up and then the ears of the third one on the right. Oh, no, still sleeping a little bit. So that when a cheetah does that, they're generally smelling something down on the ground. Maybe we'll get, oh no, not yet. Oh, one roll over. No, I think that they've decided that they're going to wait a little bit more before thinking about that. Oh, that was a very bit deep breath. So Lisa is asking the question, do cheetah hunt at night? So I will say yes, because I've actually seen it for myself with my own 2 eyes. I couldn't believe it. But on quite a few reserves I've worked at, if there's not a lot of predator pressure, and when I say predator pressure, I mean lots of hyena or lion, then the cheetahs are more comfortable and relaxed to hunt at night. They've got the same vision as a lion would, so they're also able to see as a cat would in the dark, so that's not a problem for them. It's generally about encountering other predators. You know, if they kill something at night, then the hyenas are active, the lions are also active. Here, I've only ever seen the males hunting at night. I haven't seen any of the females hunting at night. And this particular group being only about 16, 18 months, I would say that they don't have that skill set yet, or they haven't really tried as such, because their mother wouldn't have risked them as cubs to go off hunting. So it might be something that over time they learn. And that might just be from where they sort of they hunt and they hunt and they miss and they miss and they miss, and then they just keep trying to have to hunt, and then when they see it's full moon and it's almost like walking around in half light, then they try, and once they realize they're successful, then it becomes something that they can do more often. There we go. Now we've got the grooming and the yawning, once again the rolling over. So we're getting more active. And cheetahs hunting at night, the advantage for them is that they can see and their prey might not be able to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that then they change their tactics a little bit, because if you're hunting out in the open plains, they're relying on speed, so they're trying to get as close as they can, relying on camouflage, and then sort of a burst of speed to try and catch up with the animal, and then almost trip the animal, and then the animal tumbles, and then they get onto the neck, and that's how they grab their prey. Just beautiful. But at night time, if they're hunting at night time, then they're going to try and get much closer to the prey, because they can be afforded that in the dark, and then that sort of run or short burst is really, really short, and then try and catch things from there. I've seen cheetah catching red hartebeest in the dark. I've seen them catch wildebeest in the dark. I've seen them catch ostrich in the dark. So it's not necessarily about the prey. It's just about the if it's the right cheetah that have learnt in a particular area to hunt at night. So we're going to send you from one set of spots to another, but we're going to stick around and see if they get more active than they have been.
Now we are going to say goodbye to Tandy soon and make it to the hyena den. But I mentioned, obviously, her cubs that she's raised at Independence, so I thought it would be really nice for some of you to go into those cubs. And just to name a few, there was Wabi Isa. I hope that's how you pronounce it. If it's not, I'm very sorry. And basically it means attitude in Shangaan. Wabi Isa. And unfortunately was killed by the Styx Pride. So no longer with us, but was raised to Independence. And then there was Bahuti, or there is Bahuti, and he dispersed, so he's still very much alive. And then Kuchava, as many of you know, Kuchava is still very much alive and with us and thriving, one of the dominant females in the East. Tamba, I didn't get to meet Tamba, but he is an absolutely stunning male leopard who has dispersed. But you can still follow him on Facebook. You know, you can follow all the leopards on Facebook. And then Tlalamba, of course, our very own princess. Now, as I mentioned, Mareebs is not independent yet. He's thriving, and he will absolutely make it to independence, but he's not quite classified as independent just yet. So that's the 5 cubs. So she's suffered a lot of loss, Tandy. But she's also produced some fantastic, incredible offspring. She's a fierce leopardess, which is exactly what a leopardess should be. Mark, generally speaking, she will continue to produce cubs or give birth until the end, really. And I've mentioned this before, but some people say, oh, leopards losing condition. Really, once a leopard starts to lose condition, it really is the end of its life. And it really won't last long after losing condition. And therefore, you won't see a leopard just, living its daily life, losing condition day in and day out. So she's absolutely thriving. She's a strong leopardess. She is older, but she's got lots of years left in her, and she will keep sort of mating and coming into estrus as long as she's still alive. I mean, I remember just last year we all thought, oh, Tandy won't have another litter, she won't have another litter, and she's surprised us twice. As long as she's in good physical condition, she will come into estrus, and then, of course, that will naturally urge her to mate. She'll mate, and she will successfully rear cubs. Good night, Tandy. I think we are going to now bumble to Djuma and hopefully find that hyena den active. But for now, we're going to send you guys down to Swazi.
So, not too much more activity this side. We've got just sort of lifting their heads. That's pretty much it for the moment. So they're still fractionally smaller than a fully grown adult cheetah. And then also what we often find is we look at the back of that neck area, then you find from when they're cubs, when they've got all that hair to help them camouflage, they often still got a little bit more across the top of their shoulders, between their ears and their shoulders, across the back of the neck there. They often have slightly longer hair, and that's also how you tell when it's sort of a younger cheetah or a sub-adult. So Sinak is asking, are skin diseases common in cheetah? I actually don't know. I can't think of ever seeing a skin disease. I've seen cheetah with mange before, which is a sarcoptic mange. It's like a mite that burrows into the hair follicle. But I've never seen them with any other types of skin diseases. If they manage to keep themselves clean on a regular basis and eat well, then they shouldn't have any diseases or skin diseases. For them, vitamin B is a very, very important thing for cheetah. They get their vitamin B from the consumption of fresh prey. So as soon as they've killed it, getting it from the organs and all of that. And it's a common thing in captured animals is that they have vitamin B deficiencies. Is because they're getting provided with food, but it's not fresh food. And then they land up with a vitamin B deficiency, and that then affects sort of their bones and the strength in their bones. So that I do know about cheetahs, that they can have vitamin B deficiencies, but generally in an environment where they're being moved or in captivity, not necessarily out in the wild. As soon as they've killed something, it probably takes them a couple of minutes to catch their breath, anywhere up to about 20 minutes. Whoever's been strangling the animal by the throat takes about 20 minutes to catch its breath, and then they would start eating pretty quickly. And for them, being young and sort of not really very well experienced hunters, they'll be looking for small things like springbuck and small wildebeest. So once again, we'll stay with them to see if we get some movement. We're going to send you across to Ngala.
Right, everyone, this is absolute gold. So we've come back to these lions, and this is exactly what I was hoping for. It's cooled down a lot since we last left them a few hours ago, and look at that. They're all up, grooming, and especially the young cubs are all moving around, and they're busy all over the lionesses, running around, chasing each other. And you can see that lovely male's also lift up its head. What an absolute special sighting. Can watch that little cub on the mother again. Oh, just dropped off again. A bit of nibbling and growling happening there. Getting up now. I wonder if they're not maybe thinking of coming for a drink here at the water's edge. So we have put on the infrared just to see them better. That's why you'll probably see that their eyes are glowing, shining like that. You can see those little ones are not giving the mother a moment break. yeah, this was definitely the right call. And I mean, we're quite fortunate that they could have gone further up the bank into the thickets and we wouldn't have seen them. But they've actually just stayed where they were, but moved a little bit close to the water now, just started awakening with it getting a bit cooler. You can see the lionesses, they're more interested in resting. It's the little ones that are not giving them a break. An incredible bond between the lioness and the youngsters, busy grooming each other, licking. Those are indeed gorgeous little cubs. There's another one walking at the back there. Hear some of the noises they're making. I just had a look. I heard some splashing in the water, and as I turned behind, I see there's two younger ones, other young lions busy splashing in the water, and I just went to lay down in the sand. Oh, and you think I should maybe just reposition, just to show them those ones. I'm just going to quickly reposition to show you those other ones. See which ones those are. They were quite playful as well. Yeah, those are some of the younger lionesses. There's another one walking in the front, right here at 12 o'clock. Another one coming to the front here. Let's look at that. That's fantastic. Looks like those are the 1-year-old cubs busy playing. Quite amazing to see how their behavior changes from resting in the heat of the day to so active. All right. Well, it's definitely been a right call to come here. It's been a lovely sight, and I've really wanted to show them to you. However, just to be sensitive with we only allow time. And so what we're going to do is we're going to leave these lions and just make sure that some of the other guests in camp also get to see it. We just want to make sure everyone see them. So in the meantime, we're going to send you over to Tswalu.
So we have a little bit more movement. Now we're grooming a little bit more, rolling over. Oh. Took the words right out of my mouth. And then they went flat. So, the temperature's definitely dropping slowly, but we've got this gorgeous sort of golden light just filtering across the open plain. So if we sort of scan, there really is a very, very good opportunity for them to go hunting. If you just look as BK sort of pans to the left, Such a nice open area, perfect to look for their ideal size prey of springbuck or young gemsbok, even young wildebeest, maybe even young eland. But I don't think cheetah take on eland often because they're so large. They'll be difficult to deal with. And then going all the way around, it really is just a beautiful, beautiful open clearing. BK is doing a bit of a twister on the vehicle there because at least we can do a full almost 270. Just nice, some very nice cloud build up there in the north as we go around into the western side. And slightly more grass, and that's our sunset that we're waiting for. So still a little bit of time for us to go, probably about another half an hour, in fact. Maybe a little bit less. But the barking geckos have already started, which definitely suggests that the temperature has dropped quite a bit. I mean, these cheetah haven't actually moved. All they've done today is move from the one side of the bush, which was in the shade earlier this morning, to the other side of the bush. But yeah, I don't see anything, BK. I don't even see any animals that are potential for them in any one of these clearings. This morning there was some gemsbok and some springbok, but maybe with the presence of the cheetah and maybe with a slight wind, they would have smelt them and decided to move on a bit. So Kate is asking the question, until when are big cats referred to as cubs? Now you've got me there because I've got to think about that, because I'd almost say cubs are generally suckling milk still, so they're relatively small. But I mean, we even refer to lion cubs when they're 6 months old and they've stopped suckling milk. So at about a year, they're probably starting to go towards being sort of more sub-adults. But lions probably about 2 years. For cheetahs also about 2 years. So I think you could probably put it round about there. Sort of, we call them sub-adults between sort of 16 months, 18 months. And then from about 2 years and onwards, we're looking at adults. So that's a very good question. But, yeah. Like in my mind, I just think cubs are cute and fluffy, and then once they get sort of to about 8 months, then they're not so cute and fluffy anymore. If they're lions, they just get very big very quickly. And with cheetah cubs, they also grow quite quickly. I mean, within the time that they're about 14 months, they're almost the same size as the adult. Not necessarily in body size and weight and strength, but sort of in height. Their heads are still a little bit smaller. They've still got a little bit more development to go. So the black behind the ears is the same. In that lions would have black behind the back of the ears, and that's like a follow me sign. And then those tear stains on the eyes, going from the eyes down around the nose, are generally to reduce glare. So if they are chasing something at speed, that black will reflect glare away from the eyes. Just like sportsmen would put little black stickers on their cheekbones just to help the glare reflection. I do always like how that tail has a little bit of a life of its own. Obviously, it's got to swat the flies, but generally like that. You do wonder what that cheetah is thinking. Oh no. Sleep again. I can't comment. BK is laughing because every time I say something about them looking like they're active, they just flop over. And we go back to flat cats. So now, it would be a completely different scenario if there was something that when they lifted their heads up that they saw, that there was a possibility to hunt. Then it changes their entire behavior. But because every time they've looked around, they've seen nothing, there's no need for them to start thinking about getting up and moving. When they did stand up earlier this morning, they looked like they had eaten recently, but I wouldn't have said sort of yesterday or this morning. But they do look like they're in good condition. They didn't look like they had to go hunting tonight. We just always hope that we're with them if they do decide to do that. So Tato is asking the question, do these lions ever bump into the cheetah? They can. The swallow is fortunately very large, so they do try and avoid each other at any cost because lions, if they do come across cheetah, do tend to try and kill them. So cheetah have learned to, as soon as they see or potentially smell a lion on the wind, they make haste and get out of those areas. And it is not uncommon to have areas that lion do kill cheetah, and especially females with cubs, because she's going to want to put herself in harm's way to try and allow the cubs to get away, and sometimes the mother and the cubs end up getting killed by the lions. And for them, they don't, other than their speed, they don't have anything else. They're not fortunate like a leopard that they're able to climb a tree to get away from a lion or a hyena or anything chasing them. Most of the time when you have a lion and cheetah encounter, there may be that there's food, and the food is actually attracted to lions based on the smell, and then what the cheetah does is just immediately, doesn't even defend the food, it will just leave the food for the lion, because that's what the lion actually wants, and then sometimes that's how they actually get away from that danger, is that they just abandon the kill and get out of there, and the lion is sort of focused on the food, and then will go for the food and almost ignores the cheetah. So sometimes that's how a cheetah gets away, is to just abandon their prey and get out of there as quickly as possible. But the times that lions will kill cheetah is when they catch them by surprise. The barking geckos are just getting louder and louder as more of them start calling. We're going to head across. I think we've got to take this moment to show you that sunset. It's about to go down, so we're just going to take a silent moment while we watch that beautiful sunset in the Kalahari, the light on the sour grass. So just as one hot day is finishing, I've just told BK that the weather forecast for tomorrow is exactly the same as today. So we're going to be out tomorrow morning, or actually, in fact, Carl's going to be out tomorrow morning with BK, and they're going to be out searching in a nice warm morning. Not too much cloud cover forecast for tomorrow. You can hear the Cape turtle doves singing. They're singing their last song before going to bed. And the barking geckos are just starting. I'm always amazed at the colours when there's clouds in the sky. We'll see that cloud below sort of go nice yellow, sometimes towards a pink. Always, every night is different.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. You know, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, We're just gonna go very quietly, There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari.
Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was...
The hyena den, I'm afraid, was not active. Well, that's not entirely true. Ngwazi was out. Only Ngwazi. I came to say hello, and then, of course, we swiftly had to pull out. Ah, dear. It's probably because it's been a stiflingly hot day, and the sun has only just really gone down and we're plunged into darkness. So I imagine within the next hour or so, all the cubs at least will start to wake up. But I shall keep trying, I'm afraid. And I think now we did leave Tandy. I really didn't want to sort of bash through the thicket in the dark. That's not a wise idea these days. And I think we're just going to bumble around Quarantine and see what else we can find around here. So please do send in your questions as we search for some nocturnal animals. I haven't seen a chameleon in a very, very long time. That would be a really good find. Chameleons are pretty easy to spot in the dark, and every single time I drive to our local town, which is Hoedspruit, with Stefan, our operations manager, which happens regularly, he finds a chameleon on the road. We must have rescued a handful of chameleons by now. And of course, we just pick them up and ensure that they're off the road and back on the trees. And they're always juveniles as well. I don't know why they're on the roads, but they are. Are you going to spot me a chameleon, Darby? Sure. At least we have a spotlight. That is one good thing. I love the sounds of summer at night time. I love the frogs that will naturally disappear soon. Nikki or Mickey? Nikki. Yes, absolutely. They really are abundant in Djuma. It's a flat-necked chameleon that we get here. We actually get flat-necked chameleons all throughout Africa. And they're definitely not the biggest of all chameleons, but they are common here. Even although we don't see them, they are common. And of course, naturally, during the day, they blend into... Nope. I thought I almost had one for you there. Wouldn't that be cool? They blend completely into the vegetation. So when they change... Okay, I will come back to that chameleon, and for now we're going to send you across to Swalu.
So we're on the move. They literally all just stood up, stretched, and now they're on the move. We'll see. So, oh, that's awesome to watch. So, typically speaking, we don't stay with cheetah when it starts getting dark. So I know we've got the cameras that can do that, but it's going to be quite difficult for us to stay with him. There's still one left under the tree. He hasn't got there yet. He's busy watching everybody else. And they've left him behind. Well, I say him, but they've left it behind. He's going to realize pretty quickly that the other three have moved on. Oh, yeah, there we go. So that's a young male. So one of the reasons why we don't follow them at night is because then you've got to put them under spotlight, and you do potentially make them vulnerable to other predators. So it's still the dusk phase for us. We haven't even gone into IR light yet, but it will be pretty challenging for us. We're going to have to just move location in order to have another view. Totally not the direction that I expected them to walk off in, but there they go. I'm just going to stop here, BK, and then there we go. So their stomachs definitely looked a little bit better today, but now that they've had the entire day to digest food, it looks like it's become a lot less. So we'll watch the behavior, we'll see what's happening, and we'll see what they decide to do. But I don't see any animals on the horizon. So generally, if we do feel that their behavior changes as if they're hunting, we back off quite a bit and we give them space to potentially chase an animal, for the animal to potentially see them. So both sides get equal advantage. But they're just walking and scent marking at this stage, clawing the trees. So that sort of stretching, that clawing the trees is just sort of stretching the claws. And then they'll also have scent glands in their feet that they're going to be leaving smell behind. There we go, that one in the front is just sat down and looking. So they've got far superior eyesight to both BK and I, so they might see something, but at this distance, I don't. Oh, I just heard a wildebeest snort in the long distance, so he's possibly seen them. And that's basically telling them, I've seen you, so don't bother. A wildebeest would probably be a little bit too large for them. I mean, look, nothing's impossible, and never say never. I've seen cheetah take down prey that you'd think was way too big for them. And bearing in mind that there are 4 of them, so there are 4 of them that at this stage their hunting skills are not perfected yet, but that doesn't mean that they can't bring down slightly larger prey. So we're going to head out because it is getting too dark to stay with them. That would be an unethical decision from our behalf. We're going to send you across to Lauren. We hope the cheetahs are successful.
Okay, so it's not a chameleon, but I did stop at this apple leaf hoping to find a chameleon, but I found a frog. A very, very small frog. Now, I'm not making terrible excuses, but I don't have a monitor, so I really don't know what species this is. But I can see that it's absolutely dwarfed by this huge leaf. It's tiny. And of course, many of the frogs out here are nocturnal. And there's just water everywhere, which is perfect for an amphibious life. Tadpoles are everywhere. I think the frogs have been very successful this season. And naturally, we watched a starling actually eat a frog live yesterday, which really, it's definitely the first time I've seen that. But naturally, frogs are the perfect snack for lots of animals out here, even your predators. I've watched hyenas eat frogs, leopards eat frogs, monitor lizards will eat frogs, raptors will eat frogs, ground hornbills will eat frogs, dwarf mongoose would eat them. So they really are the perfect snack. But they have, of course, got their own mechanism to escape, and that lies in the power of those hind legs, which are specially adapted to spring out of the way and hop away from danger. Have you ever tried to catch a frog? It's not easy. It's also not okay to catch a frog, but as a child, sadly, it was just something that you used to do. Not proud of it. We also used to keep tadpoles for some bizarre reason. Also not proud of that. But it's not an easy task to catch a frog, full stop. They are slimy and they are incredibly fast. But frogs are quite a good indicator of ecosystem health, believe it or not. If you're able to monitor the sort of species range of frogs that you're finding there, and the numbers that you're finding, is actually a very good indicator. They're indicator species all round, and that's because if a specific area is contaminated with lots of pollutants, be it in the water, maybe river systems, or even on the land, airborne pollutants, you will find very few frogs because their skin is so permeable that it will absorb anything from the water and from the air in terms of gas exchange, and it will kill off all the frogs, or the frogs will move. They'll move from an area with lots of pollutants. So you can actually gauge the population of various different species of frogs and try to understand how healthy an environment is. Maybe not an ecosystem, maybe environment's the better word to use there. We actually have a frog that lives in our room. We just can't get him to leave. Every time we put him outside, he comes back in again. Stan, no, it's only in summer. So you'll only really find and see frogs in summer. That's the time that they thrive, and it's time for them to breed. Frog mating is really quite something. We've got different techniques, different positions, if you like, depending on the species. And of course, you've got the foam nest tree frog, has its own specialised technique of creating the foam, and you've got different sort of other techniques that different species will use, and it's very competitive. And that's what the vocalizations are all about at night time when you hear the frogs. It's the males. They're trying to say, hey ladies, I'm over here. And then the other one will say, but what about me? What about me? What about me? And it's a continuation of vocalizations all throughout the night. And of course, the loudest males with probably the best sounding vocalization will attract all the ladies. But you also get satellite males, and this is what I love the most. Males that probably are aware that they maybe haven't got the deepest croak, or they're not the biggest male, or they're not the most dominant male. So for them, it's actually better to stay silent and act like a little satellite, silently orbiting all the dominant males, so that when you see a female coming to that dominant male, you swoop in, and she's all yours. It's a fantastic technique, actually, especially if you know you're maybe not one of the bigger males, and these are called satellite males. So yes, it's all about summer. Once we go into winter here, I hope you will all still be with us, following us and jumping on our vehicles. It's such a different environment. Some of you will be really surprised when you see what it's like in winter here. It's cold, barren, dry, empty of insects, empty of amphibians, reptiles. It's very different. I'm not sure what this winter is going to bring. But yes, frogs breed in the summer here. It's all about water. So once the first rains come, the first rains of summer, you will find the environment already starts to change. You'll see reptiles, you'll see amphibians, you'll see insects appear. It's all to do with the rains. I'm going to let this little froggy be now. Are you ready, Duff? Yeah. We've got a chameleon to find. So hopefully I'm going to get very lucky and find the reptile that I'm looking for. But now we're going to send you across to Fred on a bumble.
Right, we've just come across some impala, and I just want to see if we can't get a view of them. Maybe just stop and have a look quickly. Okay. Quite a few of them, you can see they are quite active at the moment. That one you just stopped and looked in my direction, probably heard my voice. Look, they were doing the same. It looks like a little lamb. Is he grooming himself or herself? Oop. Something just gave him a little fright there. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a predator, but it does show you how very nervous they are, especially at night time. I think they feel very exposed, and any strange little noise just causes them to flinch. You see how almost each and every single one is looking in a different direction. The sides, this side, that side, listening, looking. One impala just giving an alarm call. Just sit a little bit, see what they get up to. I don't know if you heard that loud snort, but that's actually what the impala alarm call is. But now for them, it actually isn't how would I put it, that accurate. They don't always get it right. I've often seen them alarm for anything that looks suspicious, really. I once actually saw one alarming at another impala, which was off to the side, because it was just moving through a bush and it looked like it might be a predator. And I've also seen them once alarming for a porcupine walking in the long grass. So anything really that they think might be a threat, I'll give that alarm call. But the main reason they actually do that is actually just to tell the predator, if there is a predator, that we've seen you and you've lost the element of surprise. And it also helps them to warn the other members of the pride. But they're still not too sure. Because they're all looking around everywhere, really. Trying to shine here quickly. Just had a quick look around. I mean, there's impala almost right around the vehicle, so they're pretty much scattered around us at the moment. Kanda Vivi is asking a very, very good question about how good can they see at night. Now, I'm actually not 100% sure, and I don't know if any studies has been done. Now, I do believe that they have got some form of vision at night, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to move around. But I don't think that it's anything close to, for instance, a leopard or a lion's night vision. Would be interesting to know actually how good it is. Like I said, not 100% sure, but I would definitely bet that it's better than ours. I might just slowly go a little bit forward just to get a different view of them. Because they've seemed to move on either side of the road. But like I said, I'm not 100% convinced yet that there's a predator here. I think it was just possibly a few nervous impalas that were calling. Get my torch quickly. So also with the light, I'm trying to be sensitive and not shine directly in their eyes, because they are daytime animals. So at night we normally specifically only look for nocturnal animals, but that's the nice thing with the infrared, is that we can actually view them without disturbing them. Yes, there's a lot of them here. Okay, I might stop for these ones on the right. Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, so Leslie is asking if there's a leader within these impala. And short answer would be yes, in the sense that there is a dominant male that would be in charge of a group like this, and he'll protect them against other males that try and take over the harem, and you'll find that potentially he might decide where the group will go. So I guess you could probably call that a leader. But yes, there is a male, a dominant ram that would be in charge of a group like that. And then you've got different herds of impala, of course. You know, you've got these bachelor groups where in that group, I would imagine it's pretty much every impala for himself, really. But I think what we have here is actually one big herd, because I saw mainly females and a few males off to the side. So somewhere within that group there will be one dominant ram, and he'll be in charge. It looks like most of them have actually run off now. All right, but apart from that, I actually got some very, very big news to share with you. It is official. We have got new lion cubs on Ngala. Just when we left the rest of the pride and we were headed further down the river, in a section, unfortunately, where we had very unstable signal, we had a brief glimpse of one of the new lionesses, well, one of the lionesses carrying a brand new cub in her mouth. So it was very, very brief. It was probably about only for 20 to 30 seconds. We watched her. It was quite dark. So I had to look with binoculars in low light and then just watched her moving up into the bank of the river. But it is official. At least one little one we saw, it is a tawny cub, so we don't know if she has other ones. We don't know if there's any new white ones. But just wanted to share with you that it is official, and we are very happy that it is exactly where we expected it to be. So hopefully in the next few days, few weeks, few months, we'll be able to show you some new cubs. Of course, with those ones being very new at a den site, we have to be extra sensitive. We're not going to disturb the site. If at any stage those little ones are in the river next to where we're able to drive and we can view them from the road or from the two-track, then we'll be able to see them. But we won't go and disturb or try and find exactly where that den site is. We just need to be very, very sensitive, but very exciting. Right, well, we're going to continue with our drive and see what else we can find nocturnal-wise. Let's see. We've just gotten flooded with a bunch of insects that are attracted to the light here. But in the meantime, we are just going to be seeing maybe if we can't find a chameleon.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a Wild Earth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the Live Safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. What is my favorite animal and why? I think I'd have to say a lion. Being able to try and follow them and understand their movements and dynamics is super interesting. People often underestimate them and think that they sleep all the time, but once they get up and start moving around, they are fascinating to watch, and watching them interact with one another is a super highlight for me. If I can pass on this passion and this enthusiasm for lions and prides of lions into a guest that's sitting at home, that's what I'm really going for.
Again, it's not a chameleon, but it's another remarkable animal here on this apple leaf. It's an insect, of course. Now, I don't know if it's a grasshopper or a katydid. I'm obviously without a monitor here, so last minute challenge for you guys, since I forgot to do my riddle. Help me out. What species is this? I don't even know how I spotted it, to be perfectly honest, but it looks huge. I can see these elongated hind legs, but they're not as thick as what a grasshopper would be. The reason grasshoppers' hind legs are completely out of proportion is because they've got special muscles inside which allow it to spring into the air. and they can spring far. They say if a human sort of had the same anatomy, we would be able to spring the length of a football field. So you can just imagine how far a grasshopper can spring. But these hind legs look... Oh.
They die.
Oh my goodness, everyone.
It's okay, let's go to infrared.
We're going to go into infrared because Lauren's spotlight has died. Okay. Oh dear. Lauren's really not having a great time. But at least I didn't break any cars this afternoon.
Just having a bit of trouble finding it.
Okay, Darby's having a little bit of trouble finding it now because we're in the pitch dark. Let's bumble, Darby. Bumble without a spotlight. How does that sound? But if you do have the species ID, anyone, please do let us know. You found it, no? Darby's trying his best to. Okay, let us bumble around quarantine. I don't know how lucky we shall be without a spotlight, but we can try our very best. That was a good spot though, whatever that insect was. I'll look back on the footage and I'll definitely identify it. Our cameras have such a powerful zoom that we also can't always see. But quarantine really is not a bad place to end the drive, that's for sure. I can fake spotlight. Should we do that? It's a very unique skill to be able to spotlight. Is that just a vehicle down there, Darby?
Yeah.
Oh, you're all very sad that I didn't finish my riddle. I am also sad. I shall make up to you, I promise. Tomorrow we'll do the riddle. We don't have time now, but I do have one in store. And sadly, my antenna broke yesterday, and then the car broke this morning, and then this afternoon my brain broke. I forgot. But I promise tomorrow we'll finish the riddle. I started it, but we have got lightning. Can you see that, Darby? Yeah. Sheet lightning off in the distance. Wonder if we're in store for anything tonight. I know Steve was talking about rain in Pridelands, and Pridelands is really not that far away from us. Catty did. I thought so. Okay, there we go. Catty did. Perfect. I think there's the true leaf Catty did. There's the... Well, it looks like a leaf, and it blends in perfectly to that apple leaf. Thank you, everyone. I will look back on the footage, I promise. I thought it was that. I originally thought grasshopper. You also get grasshoppers that look like leaves, but those hind legs were not grasshopper legs, were they? They were fabulous legs, but not grasshopper legs. Catty did. Okay, nice spot. Well done, Darby. Now, the reason I am driving at a snail's pace is because everything is so thick right now. We have lots of elephants on quarantine. And I really don't have my spotlight, so it's always just better to drive really, really slowly. You don't want to bump into an elephant at night time, where the elephant gets a fright and you get a fright. That's the last thing you want to do. But I have to say, in terms of predator activity, quarantine's been rather quiet. It's a really productive area, and we go through periods where quarantine is pumping, shall we say. Are we allowed to use that word, pumping, with predator activity? But not so much lately. Jimmy, we have had elephants in camp, and it's definitely something that we don't want to happen. We do have a sort of, we call it a slinky, and it's an electric wire that we put up to deter the elephants. We absolutely do. We do take all the sort of necessary precautions, but sadly, if they come up through the drainage line, they might end up in camp. And yes, we have had elephants in camp. They do make a mess, that's for sure. But we've got a resident in Yala, I will take a video for you, who has just taken to just lounging around in the heart of our camp next to where we eat dinner. He was just there this afternoon, just chilling, lying on the ground, just sleeping. It's remarkable, very habituated. I'll take a video and show you all. But it has came to that time of night, everyone, where, well, we have to say goodbye. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for jumping on board. Really, it means a lot to us. But we will be out